Gather round, we got no gods to please. Saturday night, no sermons, just ease. Discussions flow like midnight breeze. No prophets here, just minds to tease. We talk big bangs and evolution. Question faith with our solution. Stars align in our confusion. Breaking free from old illusion. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laugh at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers. Open hearts and swift deceivers. Make a stand, no hidden levers. Raise your glass to reason's thrill. No ancient text, it's our own will. Debate till dawn, feel golden chill. Saturday night, we've got the skill. Echoes of a godless choir. Like the world, we spark the fire. Free our mindset to inspire. No holy walls to take us higher. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laugh at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Captive Desk, hosting Saturday Night at the Atheist once again. And we've got a great panel of atheists joining us. We got Mike here, we got Joe, Scott, we got James, we got Brainless, and we've got Dog. And we've got a bunch of great folks in the chat, including my man Look at the Trees is here. We got Michael. We got Logan Fisher. We got Maynard Saves. Got a great bunch of great folks here. I gotta say hello to everybody. And
So I want to apologize in advance for two things. One, we did not intend to stock this panel full of white dudes. It just happened. Right?
I sent Jay a notification. There's more folks of color on the YouTubes want to come and join us, so they're always welcome.
Yeah, we would love that. And the other thing is, I need more practice interrupting people. I tend to be so patient that if there's more than four
You
people,
don't need practice. You just mouth up like I do.
that's what I'm going to do. So, plan to get stuff done on occasion, guys. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And Dave,
Yeah.
keep your finger over that little microphone near the dog. Might sometimes need some muting there.
Oh, there's one other thing. While
Shut
we've
up,
got
you-
BS Lewis here in the chat, if you guys, when you get a chance to, can
BS,
kind of
hello.
pressure BS Lewis whenever you get an opportunity to, bully him if you have to get him to let me be one of the voices in one of his animated shows in the future. I'm a little bit jealous about that.
Yeah, so am I. We should all get together and do something.
That would be wonderful.
All the deep voices need to get together and do something.
Yeah, we really
We
do.
pull
I'll be there.
Oh, I'm there.
the baritone crowd.
I'm when I talk, I'm not that high, but I can go quite high.
Yeah, that's good.
Low.
James does have that soothing sound. He's He's got a great sound to his voice.
So do you. But I do have to say that intro song is awesome.
Oh yeah, I need a copy of that. I've never heard it before. It's beautiful. It's wonderful.
Did you find the same website as Commander did?
I was on the Suno, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it makes such fucking awesome tracks, man.
It took me a few tries to get what I wanted. It didn't do what I wanted at first, but I hit the right keywords, and that one came up, and yeah, it was pretty good.
Do what you want. It's not a sex bot.
Oh, there's one. There's another set. There's one more verse on there, but I cut it a little short right when she went slow, where we are truth seekers. I thought that's a perfect time to just end it right there.
Yep.
So
professional.
And then I threw a timer on it with the background image here that I use, and I was like, perfect. It even fit on StreamYard. It wasn't too big or anything, so it worked out great.
That's good.
So Saturday night at the Atheist, and we've been looking in mostly videos that have something to do at least with atheist content, right? Because we can talk about a lot of things, but and we usually do anyways. So so looking around for content, I came across this video, and it said something about taking a quiz for atheists, and it's like, oh, okay, so I looked it up, and this guy's channel's got maybe a dozen or more quizzes that he's taken of all different. He likes taking quizzes, right? But I thought it'd be interesting to have atheists looking at the believing pastor looking at a test or a quiz to see if he's an atheist. I thought that would be an interesting twist. And he's also got a couple other things I've got queued up and ready too, if we got time or whatever. We got plenty of material. And again, anybody that we're reviewing here, always be kind. We don't want anybody giving these people a hard time or anything, right? If you leave a comment, be nice, okay? And I see BS and Chris is here. Hello.
And I got an atheist from Brazil in my chat. Don't know how to pronounce his name or their name.
Oh, cool. All the way from Brazil.
Says,
awesome.
Greetings, atheists from Brazil is the translation. So anyway.
Hello.
You should say hi to the Brazilian douche canoe, Otangelo.
Let's not talk about that.
Oh, you have to say it 3 times.
Let's just not. I'm in a good mood. Let's just not.
If I fail this test, do I still get to be an atheist?
I don't know. Yeah, they might revoke your badge or something,
Yeah.
I still eat
Send
baby.
back the secret media decoder ring.
Oh, bullshit. Oh, sorry.
I mentioned on Commander's stream that the Archbishop of Canterbury in the UK has now declared the UK in stage 1 of becoming a full atheist country.
They have stages for that?
Apparently there's 3 stages. It took 6,000 years to get to the first stage. So in 12,000 years' time, we won't believe in God anymore.
Yeah.
So
Just
we're
a matter of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're about 36,000 years behind you guys. So
Yeah.
We're just way behind
And
everybody.
and might be going backwards even further.
Yeah.
I think so.
People
It
in
seems
Kentucky
that
don't
way.
have electricity yet.
A lot of folks don't have electricity this weekend,
Yeah.
and we wish everybody
that's
we wish everybody well that's been hit by the storms. A lot of the folks that I've heard from that we know on YouTube have been checking in. They seem to be all right, so that's good to hear.
Well, Trump told me they don't have electricity because the Democrats mined all the lithium out of their state.
Or he hasn't paid his bill and he's being cut off. The latter's probably more likely, knowing that orange prick.
Oh, jeez.
Please don't get dog started on Trump, because he won't shut up.
Yeah. Oh, well, we got plenty. If you want to hear a lot of things about Trump, you go check out Joe's channel on what do you switch it Wednesday and Thursday, don't you, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Get over there, Joe.
Okay, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Plug yourself.
Miss Robin Webster and I talk about what's going on every week in politics and give our perspective on it as atheists from Kentucky. I also made a video about the disinformation and stuff on Hurricane Helene that nobody really watched, but it's there.
Cover lithium?
That's in there.
Okay. That one surprised me. I didn't realize Florida was so filthy with lithium.
No,
He's had it put there in case of a shark attack. You can dive on the lithium.
Yep.
Yeah, Joe and Robin cover a lot of the things that are in the news and everything. So, yeah, if something's going on, they're probably covering it over there. So, yeah, go check them out. Go check them out, dog. You have a good time over there.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right.
There's too much good shit on the internet. That's especially on YouTube. Like, there's so many people that I've come across and like, yeah.
Oh yeah, there is. There's plenty of great people out there. Yeah. Hey, old Joe, how you doing, Joe? So, yeah, let's get started here, and we'll see what he's got to say. Anybody wants to say anything, just speak up. We'll stop the video. All right.
Hello, Pastor Doug, back again with another video. Today, I want to figure out if I'm an atheist. So we're going to take a quiz. As you know, I love taking quizzes. And this quiz is, quote, how much of an atheist are you? Well, spoiler alert, I'm not an atheist, so I'll probably get 0 out of 10, but we'll see. As I like saying, you learn a lot about someone and about their dogmas and their belief systems by the questions they ask. So this should be a fun test to take to see how this atheist thinks and how a Christian should answer.
And he starts off pretty good in all these videos by saying this, that, you can tell a lot by how the questions are worded and all this and everything. And he seems to go into it pretty fair.
So I have a question about this, though, is
generalizing.
Can you really infer that the person that made the test is an atheist just because he asked questions about atheism?
Yep.
Well, I'm just going to answer the questions in block capitals throughout.
I think anybody can make these up. I don't.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think you need any qualifications.
That the person who made up the test is actually an atheist. He may just know some atheists, or he just may. A lot of Christians think they know what is going on in the heads and hearts of atheists anyway. So anybody could feel like they know enough about atheism in general to make up a test like this.
Oh yeah.
I do think you can.
When I saw that all caps, it should be banished from the face of the earth. I'm like, hell yeah.
I agree that all caps should be banished from the face of the earth.
Yeah, well, that too.
Yeah, but I think the way what he's saying, like the way questions are asked, the way they're formulated, is you can from that you can see if it's a quiz made by an atheist or a believer.
Yeah, from the first question, if someone's an atheist.
Yeah, and some of them you can. Some of them get pretty silly too. So you wonder if it's just somebody just trying to be as outrageous as possible sometimes. So
yeah.
But the one that he was looking at, I skipped over because I thought it was kind of over the top. But I think I picked a good assortment with these, and we're not gonna. I'm not gonna say anything. I've seen them already.
The answer is D.
I don't want to give spoiler alerts.
So I haven't seen this. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I just wanted to talk about the assumptions that the guy had ahead of time, because this is all about your biases leaking into your conversation whenever you listen to this guy. But anyway, I'm sorry. I will be quiet now.
So are we going to go through and each of us answer these questions too, and like keep score for ourselves, or what?
You can play along if you want to. It's not necessary. I just want to, just listen to what he has to say and just kind of respond to it.
Okay.
But yeah, just for fun though, we can answer it. It's all good. You know what I mean? We're just free falling it here. So.
Okay.
But yeah, as far as the question, yeah, what is it? What do you think of religion? It's the best. It's not good. It has ups and downsides. It should be banished from the face of the earth. It's okay. What do you think the pastor's going to pick?
He's going to pick either it's okay or it's the best.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Well, see, there's a strain of Christian that that will preach against religion, but for a relationship with Christ. So I could see some devoted believers say it's not good, but
or it has its upsides.
That's true.
But yeah, well, let's let him respond, and I'll give my response.
So number one, what do you think of religion? Okay, a definition would have been nice here, but we'll go along with it. It's the best. Yay. It's not good. It has its upsides and downsides. It should be banished from the face of the earth. It's okay. Well, again, the problem is, what do you mean by religion? Because I would argue atheism is very much a religion.
Oh,
No,
for crying out loud.
Oh,
one of those.
Everybody
Yeah.
One of those.
Yeah, so he's going to pick it's the best, just from that.
Do I still have to be nice?
Well, who wants to explain why it's not a religion?
Well, it's not. It's inexplicable. Atheism is atheism. You don't believe in religion, so how can it be a religion?
So
Not
typically
stamp
a
collecting
religion,
is not a hobby.
so
Yeah.
typically a religion has a belief in some supernatural power or creator, and it's based on doctrine and dogma. Atheism is just the rejection of that belief in a supernatural creator or God.
You don't see atheists on the street corner
view.
banning Bibles shouting, God doesn't exist.
Yeah, I
Don't
take a
follow.
wider view of religion, and I'm actually a religious naturalist or a religious atheist, because my religion is naturalism, and I'll call it a religion if you want, because I have certain practices, but there's nothing supernatural about it because it's naturalism, for God's sake. It's right in the it's right in the title.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I don't really know what in my life is going on that would describe my atheism as a religion. I mean, I love to go out in nature and, commune, if you want to call it that, reach a particular state of calm and peace and reflection in nature. And I do that habitually, but that's not religion. I don't.
The reason I bring that up is because,
I'm sorry, what?
the reason I bring that up is because you can contrast me. Most atheists do not agree with my particular view of the world, right? So most atheists definitely are not religious atheists, but I am. So you can use me to define it.
It's a matter of your point of view, your subjective response to that. And there's just not a definitive religion, a definition of religion where I would be placed in a religious category. I like feeling a sense of transcendentalism, I guess you could say. I like to get into a state where I feel like I'm at one with everything, and everything is at one, and everything is the same thing, and that's fine, whether it's a chemical imbalance or a little too much alcohol or just a really beautiful spring morning. Occasionally, I go for feelings of transcendence and peace and stuff, but I don't worship a particular God. I have a routine I do, but I have habits I engage in, but that's not religion. I don't know any definition of religion where my brand of atheism would fall into that.
Can I read the Oxford?
Can I respond to that? Like, I think like what you're describing, like you're not religious, you're spiritual.
You're a hippie.
No, but like you're not a religious atheist. You've got spirituality, like
Yeah, but I have some practices that I do. I mean, there's things like meditation and prayer and things like that. That basically, I mean, so the reason that one of the reasons why I adopted that is because they keep saying it. It's like, okay, fine, if that's what you think, tell me why that's a bad thing. Why is being a religious atheist somehow supposed to be damning? I mean, the way they say it, it's like, oh, you're religious, therefore you're bad.
Well, no, isn't that sort of personal what you do? It's a personal thing, isn't it? Obviously.
Yeah, it's
but also like a religion is with a deity, and like as long as you don't believe in that, then it's not a religion. But like you can be spiritual without being religious.
Well, I started even calling it a deity.
That would be a closer.
Well, can I put out the Oxford definition just so we're clear on definitions?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
So, Oxford Dictionary says it's a noun, the belief in a worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. It says it's also similar definitions are a particular system of faith and worship, and a pursuit or interest in which someone ascribes supreme importance.
Yeah.
Well, looking for it in a piece, you've only described it as spiritualism. I mean, that's probably a good word for it, but it doesn't mean you believe in spirits, does it? You're just looking for inner peace for yourself.
Well, I mean, if you go to the gym once a week, you're religious, right? You religiously go to the gym once a week.
Well, I mean, there's a sense of the word where if you do something habitually and enthusiastically, it's religious. But that's just
improper use,
almost a metaphorical use of that word.
Yeah,
that's what they're doing.
And we got a lot more people joining in the chat. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
And we got Simos that joined in. Hello, Simos.
Hello.
We have two Britishers. Oh my gosh.
Hello.
Oh no.
My vote goes for it's not good.
You got to get Google Translate to help me.
Not good. Religion is not
good. Of the two British people, one is a real clever bastard that knows everything. The other one is me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was going to say something like that as well.
My vote goes for it has its upsides and downsides, but it doesn't ask me, is it mostly upsides or mostly downsides? You know, it's but yeah, it has its upsides and downsides, just like anything, you know.
Well, yeah. No, I take religion to be belief in something supernatural.
Yeah.
Or worship of something supernatural. So I think that's always bad.
Right.
Personally.
Yeah, I think it's not good.
Yeah, I think the good things are things you can find elsewhere. If you have to be more intentional about it, if you're more secular minded, but you know, community, a chance to get together and do something for the community. Although we'll see, there's downsides to even that from religion. So, but yeah, it has its upsides and downsides. That's what
another reason I say it's not good is because I just did a quick Ouija board. And that's what the Ouija board told me.
Okay, yeah. Let's
okay.
I should check my 8-ball and see what it says.
There you go.
Yeah, well, I could go with a couple different ones too. Yeah, I could say it's not good. It should be banished from the face of the earth. But as far as banishing, that's not a word that we want to use, right? Because that's like forcing something on someone, you know. Now in jest, yeah, it's one thing, but so yeah, I would agree. It would be either it's not good or it has its upsides and downsides. But I always say the more the upsides for religion have been dwindling, right? It had more of a purpose back in the day.
Yeah, that's also what I always think. Like the religion is it's kind of lost its purpose. Like we've got laws and semi-okay governments to keep people in check. You know, like that.
I would
that
quote
was
Hitchens.
that used to be the thing of the church to do, keep you in check.
I would quote Hitchens on this and say, is there something that a religious person can say or do that I cannot do as an atheist?
You know, we got a comment from Tilting Windmill. It says there's 8 YouTube creators here in screen, and all are in general atheist. And even here, there's wide variation in what atheism is and what religion is. Obviously, there isn't an atheist dogma.
Great comment.
We disagree all the time. I hear all the time, all y'all nod heads on whatever Dawkins or Dillahunty says or whatever and stuff. And it's like, some of us, you know, we made our decisions before we even knew who these people were, you know. So,
Yeah.
Almost 50 years ago for me.
Yeah. And we can disagree. A lot of us have disagreed with things different people say. You know, Dawkins has taken a lot of heat lately, and we called him out when he said things we didn't like to hear. So,
right.
I think I was an atheist before I actually even got online and really interacted with people. And like, I think I didn't even know I hadn't even heard the word before. I just stopped believing.
Yeah, I always say Carl Sagan was the cool guy on Johnny Carson that talked about space stuff. You know, I had no idea atheism or anything like that. It was Carl Sagan was going to talk about space, and hey, can I stay up and watch Johnny Carson? Carl Sagan's going to be on, right? You know. Well, okay, let's see if we can wrap up question number 1 here.
A religion is a belief system, and atheists very much have a lot of dogma that's based on faith.
No. And I think we just cleared that up with Windmill's comments. So.
Yeah, I call BS on that statement.
Yeah.
Can I just ask whose video this is?
What's the name of it, Scott? The channel?
Reformed something.
Okay.
I'll look it up. I'll let you know.
I only say that because
it's on the tip of my tongue.
Someone called Joel said to me that atheists are religious, and I went, "Oh, I'm not sure about that." And it turned out his definition of religious was either something that a theist believes in or an atheist believes in.
This is called.
It's like, well, that's kind of begging the question.
From Simply
Reformed.
Yeah, Simply Reformed, and I believed he said Pastor Doug.
Yeah.
At the beginning.
Yeah, so I linked it in my description if you want to.
Oh, thank you.
The original.
Yeah,
I'm just kind of saying that, like, you know, if you define religion in such a way, then everybody's religious. Okay, whatever.
He did say that at the beginning. Yeah, he did say at the beginning, depends how you define religion. So to his credit, yeah, he did say that at the beginning.
Okay, fair enough then, yeah. Okay.
Usually, almost always blind faith. Now, of course,
Whoa,
the one true
no, that's a dirty shot. I'm sorry. I'm not going to comment on it, but that's another cheap shot. And you're going to see the guy isn't really interested in being that objective.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I notice he doesn't give examples at all.
Right.
Or citations.
He's a pastor. He's just biased, totally.
Totally.
Yeah.
But I mean, if he wants to call it blind faith, I'm okay with that, because he's basically admitting that there's, he believes in God on blind faith. That's fine.
Yeah.
Right? That's the one position that I will, when I'm in a debate with a theist, say, oh, okay, well, as soon as you said it's blind faith, debate's over. Like,
level the field. Yeah.
Well, it's just personal testimony. So, okay, personal testimony. I can't have access to that. Yeah, there's no way you can prove it to be true. So I'm justified not to believe in your personal testimony. There we go.
Yeah.
And the other thing
is.
Sorry, and the other thing, just to briefly say, which is a bugbear from a few years ago now in the community, is that if you take faith to believe something is true a priori, okay, well, I mean, we all have those, okay, so I don't know, maybe it's a technical position in philosophy, but yeah, we all have a priori beliefs which we think are true without much justification, except maybe there's some ad hoc justification or something like that, or a posteriori justification. So if you take faith just to be only a priori reasoning, then sure, we've all got faith,
Yeah, see Leo in the chat. Hello, Leo.
If you get out of the realm of reasoning, faith is pretty much it's what we're stuck with. It's how our brain works. I mean, if we thought through everything before we moved a finger, we'd never move a finger. So you reach for something, you expect it to be there. That's faith. So, I mean, I don't know what their point is.
Yeah, I mean, the classic one is you can't justify logic without using logic, but we all use logic.
Yeah, you don't need to justify in order to be alive and to function, as a human being. Sure. You don't need justified true belief, or you don't need to figure out where everything came from. We do a lot of stuff by faith. It's the kind of organism we are.
I think that word has multiple definitions also, so I'm going to disagree.
Oh, it does, yeah, and
correct, yeah.
The same with religious. You see, they rely on that. They rely on multiple definitions of all these words in order to influence the people.
Yeah.
Listening to them. And that is, what is that called? Disingenuous?
Yeah. I mean, like some people saying, changing the definition of religion to include atheism, but I don't. One of the things I struggle with is fighting back, like Speed of Sound just said. I struggle, I don't mind using the faith word. I mean, when you put blind faith, right, that's without evidence. Well, yeah, a priori, of course. Like a naturalist or an empiricist would say, we get our evidence from experience, and that's naturally after the experience has been had. So, yeah, okay, so what? You're not really saying much. But if you say it's blind, I think that's kind of, in the cricketing term, queering the pitch, right? That's kind of, using like an ad hom to really to say this is, or poisoning the well, I should say. This is, something which is not a very good thing to have. And it's a relief to hear a Christian saying that they use blind faith to believe in God.
Yeah.
Windmill again saying something good here, that atheism doesn't provide a framework for how I understand the world. Math, science does that for me. My rejection of a God rarely comes up when I'm out in the world doing stuff. And I like to point out, one of the first videos I ever did, I was talking with Adam, who was working at the university in Israel, very holy place with a lot of religious people around. He worked with a lot of religious people. And I asked him, I said, how often does it come up? He said, it doesn't come up. We're working on nuclear physics or whatever, right?
Yeah,
so the worldview thing, a lot of us have an issue with, because the worldview doesn't mean it's 100% thing. You can go to work and you can leave the religious stuff out because it just doesn't apply in the lab or in the research facility or whatever.
Yeah. And you could, if it did, you'd be accepting the supernatural into the lab, in which case no result of any experiment could necessarily be true, or it could be likely true even, because it could just be the result of a God doing it that way that particular time. Oh, and every other time that you test it, of course. And we'd never know. We'd never know whether it's nature doing it or a supernatural being controlling nature doing it.
Yeah, once you assert that there's an all-powerful being that's capable of doing anything, then you can never say for sure whether God just did it or it's a natural causes, because you've already asserted that you have the answer to everything.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, Windmill, great comments. Appreciate them. A lot of us agree. You got great comments. So deserve
Can
credit
I
for
just
them.
say that I never go to the answer, God did it. I never go to that answer. If something I don't understand, never start, God did it.
Well, even if you do, it doesn't get much done, though. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
You can't do anything with that. You still have to, do for yourself. You have to cut down the tree and make the chair or the house or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think like that way of thinking about God did it. I think that comes from it being
ignorance,
actually being but also it being quite hard to say I don't know.
Yeah,
a lot of people can't say that.
Yeah,
because then they feel ashamed, like, oh, I should know. No, you can't know everything.
Religions can be seen as a way of early science, trying to answer questions with things, but unlike science, it hasn't progressed. Right, as new things have been learned, it wants to stay where it's at.
So God did it.
Hey, Leo.
Saying that reality just is. Okay, there's no difference except God did it is what we did when we believed thunder gods made thunder. I mean, that was the same. We made up a story, right? So God, you can replace God did it with reality just is. This is the reality that we're stuck with. We couldn't exist without it. So you got to call them on that when they do this God did it bull.
All right, let's see what else if we get enough past the first one.
Yeah, we're just flying through this quiz.
I do realize I'm used to be on Slim Stream, so like, yeah, this is
we're thorough. We're thorough. We are thorough here with this awesome panel. So, now, if we manage to talk to, I'm pretty sure it was Pastor Doug, right? You're always welcome to come over here and talk with us, Pastor Doug. And
his actual given name did not register in my memory, so
we can agree to we can agree to disagree, but we think you got a few things wrong about atheism, so we'll see here.
The best, but man-made religions like Islam, like Hinduism, like atheism, like secularism are horrible. So I'm going to go.
Okay, he's got some cojones.
Holy shit, man.
Is he going to call us scumbags?
I hope so. I need
it. Somebody in the chat, Mason Mills Gaming. What do you guys think of deism? I can accept that there's something out there that made the universe or whatever, but it doesn't interact within our universe, so it doesn't really matter. How about that?
Deism is, it's just empty. It's vacuous. There's nothing there.
Yeah.
Well, we're putting it. My wife is into deism, big deism.
Deism is like proposing a variable X to stand in for everything that happened prior to the Big Bang, or everything that happened before life started to evolve. It's just a big filler. It's a null.
Yeah, you might as well just say everything is as it is. It's
a bit like watching a flat earther tout his stuff on YouTube.
I just don't think it's a necessary hypothesis.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Dave.
Yeah, James.
Oh, sorry, I'm a different Dave in this one.
I just want to let you know there's no reason for you to read chat. If there's anything in there that you need to see, we'll let you know. Don't worry about it at all.
Appreciate it.
Just ignore it. So, all right.
Yep.
You're in good hands with James.
I'm trying to get through question number 1.
Yeah.
Right.
But the guy just say stupid shit about it. So you have to comment on
Yeah,
that.
like
It's
secularism
his fault.
is a religion. I mean, no, it's not even.
Yeah.
It's not even a world. It's not even. Well, I suppose maybe it's part of a worldview, but
I think, and I hear a lot from Ken Ham and everything, and I call it the "I'm rubber, you're glue" apologetics. Right? They got tired of butting up against science and religion as being two different things, so they just said your science is a religion too. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, scientism, whatever that means. I've never
Right.
found out.
Yeah.
So again, yeah, they at least can level the field. You know, you don't have any high ground, right? You have faith in science. I have faith in the Bible. We're even, right? They tried to make it even, and then anything that they think they win any arguments on, then they think is the positive that tips the balance in their favor.
Yep, I would agree that is the general approach.
Yeah, but I think like if you they say like religion is or atheism is a religion, I think that's wrong. As like you say like religion, you can split religion up in Christianity and all the other stuff, and I think atheism is the same. Like there's so many ways you can be an atheist.
Yeah, well, atheist.
Like,
is
I think atheism is just the exact opposite of religion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not a positive belief system by which we live our lives. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm a humanist, and that's if I have a religion, that's probably what it is. You know, if you want to use the word in this general way. But it's not a religion.
I've often responded that way too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a religion if you give it this kind of supernatural bent, worship of something supernatural, because you know that's not what humanists believe in general. Some do, but not in general.
If you use religion for everything, then it becomes meaningless, right?
Yeah.
If everything's a religion, then everything is blue, and you know. Everything is a C note, and right. I mean, you could just So
we're all on a not believing in leprechauns religion.
It's gotten so trivial that you know you'll have somebody quote unquote witnessing to you say, "Well, you've got faith that chair is going to hold you up." Well, that's kind of trivial and mundane. Or you expect the sun to come up in the morning, don't you? That's faith. Well, that's pretty trivial. Faith. I mean, you're really bringing down the heightened level of your spirituality and your focus of worship. You're just bringing it down to a very common experience, and and of course that's not faith. That's called object constancy for.
It basically boils down to evidence.
We got Ember in the chat. Hello, Ember.
Hey, Amber.
Amber.
Hello. I think. I think that like we spoke about last week. I think it was like if you want to use this generalized version of faith, like to say a generalized version of religion, which is to say, if you follow something in a devoted way, right? Well, then obviously, then lots of sports fans are religious on that basis. But you're not saying anything about the actual topic of the supernatural and gods. So. Does it have any meaning relative to this particular person's ideology? I don't think it does. In which case, he's just equivocating. That's all.
I think he's just dishonest as hell about answering that, really. But
yeah.
Well, we'll see. Let's see if he gets to the next question.
It's the best because I assume they're implying that there's something besides religion. So we'll go with it's the best and see how we do at the end of this quiz. Next question. What do you believe the most? I would prefer if that was a who, but we'll go with it.
Begs the question, why don't you?
Yeah.
Why is it science in capitals?
Why does it have to be a who? So. Can't you believe in a what and a who? Oh, is it because of the most? You can't do both the most, I guess. Okay.
This is quite interesting because, like, you know, obviously it's crafted to be to lead you down to the religious ideas being either science or religion here, right? So it's my religious leader, religious texts, right?
Oh, we got a whole other
difference?
quiz. We got a whole other quiz on science and religion, but we got to get through this one if we're going to get to that
Well,
one.
I think this is it, to be honest, because this is just about, like, nothing is in there, right? What do you believe the most? Nothing. I believe nothing the most. That doesn't even make sense.
That's a dig on atheists. Yeah, that's a dig on atheists.
It's the cure of, like, well, what started the universe? Nothing. Well, that's what you believe because you're an atheist, you know.
Well, let's see. Do I believe? Let me see. What do I believe the most? Nothing. That does. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. The internet. Well, that's just being silly.
Make any sense. Yeah.
My religious leader. Well, I don't have one. Science. Religious text. The Bible. Yeah. Well, see, there you go. It's set right up to. I believe the most would be science because I don't have another choice.
Oh, you could have put other worldviews like humanism, for instance, my favorite, or you could even have put philosophical positions, naturalism, empiricism. You know, I mean, this is not an exhaustive list by any sense of the imagination.
I do think the internet is a great invention, just like for what we're doing here, having these kind of discussions and stuff. But
well, another point just to make quickly, and then I'll shut up. And I'll shut up. The amount of information on the internet, which is correct, right? There's probably the most amount of information on the internet that I believe to be correct. There's also the most amount which is incorrect, but that's another story. But just to say, it's a hell of a database. So if it was what do I believe is the most, right? If you want to put it that way, well, then the internet. What do I believe in most? Well, science, of course, because the past 400 years we've got closer to the truth, and we continue to get closer to the truth at every passing year.
So you're telling me there's disinformation on the internet? Are you going to tell me that Kim Jong-un wasn't the first man to walk on the sun?
I believe that to be the case. I wouldn't get up every day with a sense of purpose if I didn't think there was someone to correct on the internet.
Yeah, if you don't know who Potholer 54 is, you should go check out his channel. He thoroughly explains how to fact check, source check, and everything because he does it for a living, or he did do it for a living. I'm not sure if he's still doing it, but check your sources, check your links. If they're only citing themselves, there's a red flag. If it goes back to just somebody's blog, which what a lot of these things do, you've gotten your answer right there. It went back to somebody's blog, and we shouldn't have political leaders citing these things. They go back to somebody's blog. They don't come from any authorities or anything else. It's just something somebody commented on the internet. That's all it is. So yeah, this one's geared obviously one way or another. I'm guessing which. Well, I already know which way he's going to answer, but I can guess which way he's going to answer.
So what do you believe the most? I believe in nothing. That would be the correct atheist answer.
No, that's bullshit.
Nope.
See, we already said we dismissed that answer because it doesn't make any sense. So yeah, the digs. Hey, we take digs at religious folks, I guess, too. It's all good, right? But no, that wasn't the answer we would have picked. So
the internet. Oh, that'd be terrifying. I believe everything I read. I believe my religious leader.
He almost chuckled on that, didn't he?
Yeah, he's going to go for religious texts.
Yeah,
that's what he's going for.
If my religious leader is Jesus Christ, so yeah, absolutely. But that's not a what. It is interesting how atheists always think we're just mindlessly following authority, which usually the atheists do that. Science.
Oh, see that? This is just petty.
What authority am I following?
Is this when you sent me the message earlier, Scott, when you said, "Oh, I'm on number 2"?
Yeah.
I think this guy is trying to get our attention.
he got our attention.
He got our attention.
Yeah, he wants attention.
Do you believe in science? Actually, I wonder if the atheists want us to click here, which again shows you the problem. They have to have faith. They have to have belief in order to function, and so they put it in science.
No,
I think Mike explained that. Yeah, Mike explained that well earlier. That we can have faith in all kind of things, including science, but it doesn't mean that atheists only believe in science, and it doesn't mean that atheists don't believe in other things, because a lot of atheists do. They believe in horoscopes and all kind of things. So.
Well, yeah, even science, once you've proven your hypothesis, you spend the rest of your life trying to disprove it.
Right.
I don't know why, but you need to. Do you have no faith in your own? But that's what scientists do. They try and disprove their own hypothesis.
Well,
that's the only reason I study evolution is to find a hole. I'm looking for falsification, basically. So I keep studying it and keep trying to figure out, well, how did this happen? And then if I find plausible mechanism for that happening, then I move on to the next thing. And how did that happen?
It's the reason Einstein thought his maths were incorrect, because of these holes in it. And it's been proven correct that they are black holes, because Einstein didn't believe they could exist. But it's been proven they do exist now. So his maths was still correct. But he spent forever trying to get that right, that bit of his maths right.
But it's also worth pointing out that science is not a something; it's a process.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like when we say we believe in a process, that's very different to saying something like, well, we believe in a God or a word or a written book. We don't believe in a written book or any particular scientific theory. We may have high confidence in them, but it's the process by which we get to those results.
Right.
I think is the best way to achieve truth. Go ahead.
I was going to say, which of these options provides a way to critically and methodically determine if the thing you're supposed to believe is true or likely true or mostly true? It's not going to be nothing. Definitely not going to be the internet, although you can use the internet as a tool for inquiry. My religious leader, well, I'm not religious, so I don't have a religious leader. Religious texts, well, that may be interesting to read and to know the history of and their effect on history, but science has the best framework for approaching things critically in terms of an option that we've been given. You might look at historical critical method. You might look at philosophy or just the science of logic. Unfortunately, we've not been given that option in this number 2 item. So science, to me, is the best answer. Who do you believe the most? Science.
Well, all the rest of it, up for the first 10 questions, or the 2 questions, the first 10 answers are either there's only one in each column that has nothing to do with religion. The rest are all religious or nonsensical.
Pretty much, yep. Let's see what he says.
That's kind of crazy. Religious texts, i.e., or e.g., the Bible and the Quran. Well, obviously, the Bible's the written word of God, the inerrant written word of God. So I believe that the most.
Obviously.
We're not.
Obviously.
It's obvious. And it's inerrant too. And no, of course they've changed what inerrant means. A lot of the apologists have, but.
Well, in 1998, the Bible was changed again, wasn't it? It's been rewritten and rerouted so many.
Well, ever so often there's going to be a new translation that does something a little different to the.
And another religion is going to say, no, it's my Quran, and that's why I often enjoy different faiths that debate each other, because it's very difficult for them to use the same argument and come out a winner on either side. They're just saying my book says.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good point. They can't retreat to deism as their form of God they want to defend. They have to stay with whatever their local God is. And that's a lot harder to do. So I think that's why a lot of them like debating atheists, because they can just think that they can go, well, it's the creator. Right? Whatever that is, you know.
And they can't deny the Old Testament because they rely so much on them commandments that they can't even get rid of that barbaric book, which I think most of them would love to. But that means throwing away your commandments and all them other beliefs that got to the New Testament. Where hippie nailed to a stick is their new God, of course.
Are we done with number 2?
Called to trust in the Bible. We are called to trust in whom the Bible testifies about, and that is the triune God. Yes, the Bible is the authoritative written word of God. It is wholly trustworthy, 100% true, but we don't put our faith in the text. We put our faith in whom the text points to. So we're going to go with religious texts and see what happens. Number 3.
That is absolute bullshit. This is the thing that most Christians miss, or all of them miss. When you read a Bible and you go, oh, these are the words from a God, you are elevating the men who wrote that to the tier of God. You're putting them in a God tier. You are putting absolute trust in men who told the stories, men who repeated them, men who wrote them down, men who translated them, men who brought them to you in whatever version you've gotten it in, men all the way down. And so, you know, they can say, oh, they're talking about a God. Doesn't change the fact that they're putting their trust in men.
Hello, Jess. Hello, Skyworks. Hello, Nerdy. Good to see you.
Well, I'm guessing they. Sorry,
Sam. No, go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
I'm guessing, you know, talking donkeys, because he said that the Bible is all true. So the talking or asses, as they call them, died off. and talking asses didn't die off. Go and watch any Flat Earthers video. You'll see plenty of talking asses on there.
Well, I just wanted to point out how misleading the title of the quiz is. How much of an atheist are you? Right? Yeah. There should be no religious answers in this quiz whatsoever. Okay? There should be various different types of atheism.
It should be, are you an atheist or not?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Anyway, there you go.
You could be a Taoist or a Zen Buddhist practitioner or something, and be an atheist. But it depends on how well that fits your definition of religion. So,
yeah, fair enough.
We're on 3. Wow, it's going to be a long night.
Yeah, we're only. I think we're making a lot of progress for us.
We flew through the last couple there. The first one really had us stalled because he had a lot of buzzers in there.
When considering life's big questions, like the meaning of life, how do you find the answers? Fair enough. A mixture of skepticism, philosophical inquiry, and some spiritual exploration, my apologies, primarily through my religious beliefs and teachings, through a combination of spiritual beliefs and rational thought. This is going to be an interesting one to pick. Through science, philosophy, and rational thought, not religion, mostly through logical reasoning and occasionally considering religious philosophies.
Okay, again, setting up the question, well, for an atheist, it's going to be through science, philosophy, and rational thought, not religion, because atheists aren't following religions. Although
an atheist could also choose the first one.
If you're going to include some other kind of beliefs into a religion, well then yes, but
well, I think the question itself already is a horrible question.
Yep.
Who says that I'm looking for a meaning in life?
Yeah. Yeah, what's the big question? Yeah.
Like if you look at life in general, life has only one goal, one meaning of life: procreation.
Biologically, then,
you know.
Well, biologically, yeah.
Yeah.
Everything else is a bonus. Yeah.
I understand what you're saying by that, but some people reject that as a good meaning for their life. In fact, I don't even think the meaning for life is a particularly interesting question, simply because it could change on a whim. I mean,
sure.
Like what was that? The guy, there was a philosopher who was sailing back, a very rich man who'd been abroad to work for a tyrant, and he'd become very rich, in a philosopher in helping this king or a tyrant. And on his sailing back to his home, the ship was sunk with all his wealth, and his attitude was more important than the wealth. That was what he decided. And so he lived a happy life afterwards, instead of crying about being a rich man in 1 second and then being shipwrecked on an island in the next.
And like a meaning of life, yeah, what's the meaning? If it was like a goal in life, yeah, I think that's a more honest question. But meaning, yeah, life ultimately has no meaning.
I've always found a goal to, leave the world better than you were in it. Do something to make it better. That's what I see as the meaning of life.
And bring joy to as many people as possible. Be nice to as many people as possible.
I wonder if the underlying assumption here in the question is that there has to be an externally derived meaning of life coming from a higher authority or a quote unquote spiritual source, because you can make a meaning of life or generate one through accident or intention that lasts you a good 5 or 10 years, and at the end of that last 5 or 10 years, you can say, this isn't doing it for me. I think I want to try my hand in this, and that could sustain you for 20 years. And so your life could be just a chain of things that, while not unidirectional, are internally sourced, from you, and you can just love your life. You could have an endorphin party for decades. Sometimes you won't. Sometimes times are rough. Sometimes, but it doesn't have to be from an external source.
Well, yeah, shit happens.
Yeah, we could just take up a new hobby tomorrow, right? And I got to get up in the morning and do this and that. And Scott playing his instrument or something. It's like, I just I want to practice my instrument and everything, and it makes me feel great that I finally learned this song. The part I was missing, I kept messing it up. I finally got it down. Right?
If you can't help others, then make your own life meaningful. Enjoy it. You only get one shot at it, and that's it. There's no fucking afterlife. There's no heaven or earth. And plus, you'll never cease to exist. You'll always exist. That's because you can't destroy matter. So you'll alter your matter when you die. You'll alter into worm food or ash or whatever you would want to call it. Your consciousness, that goes. The electrical current leaves your brain, and that's it. It ends. Done.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
Practice makes perfect, Maya. Practice makes perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think one of the problems in this question is the word "the" in meaning of life, like the meaning of life, like there is only one. And I think that's where he's maybe begging the question somewhat, to say that if you're going to find the meaning for everybody's life, it has to be external. Like it can't be subjective; it has to be objective. And I think that's the implication of these words.
Yeah, again, I think I could lean between the last two. It's either not religion because it's not atheist, or that we would consider religious philosophies. That considerations are right.
Yeah, I just don't even like the word religious in there because
Yeah.
that's implying supernatural to me, and I'm not going to change my definition because
Yeah,
makes
religion.
it useless.
Almost all of them are religious questions
They all
for
are, yeah.
atheists. Yeah,
But I wouldn't deny somebody, like you said, like to say spiritual, like Speed was saying, and that's fine by me as well. It's not my bag, but that's okay. Yeah, you know?
mm-hmm.
Well, I feel this quiz is off a religious website because I mean, even emphasize a non-religion at the end of
Not your bags, Lamos?
Just
No,
to
it's not my
emphasize
bag,
non-religion. It just
I got a bag for you.
he's on a religious website quiz.
Well, like we were saying, if doing things for somebody, makes you feel just so great and everything, and it gives you meaning, that's fine. That's wonderful, and it doesn't require a religion. Although a lot of religions claim it, it's not they don't own it, and anybody can do it.
But I see the second one is if he picks that, he's incredibly ignorant.
Oh no, he's going to go for which one is he going to go for?
What's it? Yeah, let's say
probably. Well,
primarily through my religious beliefs and teachings.
There we go.
That's the one. All right,
I agree with you. Yeah.
There's huge category errors in this thing.
No, there's
so,
not.
like for instance, how does science tell you the meaning of life? That's not the purpose of science. I would assume.
Oh my goodness, you pissed me off right there.
He's definitely going to go pick number 2.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm saying. Life ultimately has no purpose.
Steve Martin found out what his purpose
life
was.
Has no externally derived or delivered purpose. You get it from within, or you get convinced that you have to get it from without.
Saying that life has no purpose is like saying there's no such thing as dopamine. Okay.
Also, no, but like if you notice, it says, "How do you find answers?" And science is a way of answering how questions. So it's not a category error like he said it is at all. It's a very good way to find how things are done.
I use it for absolutely everything. I start with I ground absolutely everything in science, everything in my life.
Science answers mechanical how questions. Science cannot answer normative how questions.
Oh, bull.
Well, I think you might be.
Well, it can't.
I don't know. I disagree. I disagree. I think it can answer some psychological questions.
It can illuminate them. Yeah, it can illuminate anything. If you start it, basically, if you just ground it, draw a little picture, what the hell you're talking about, and then apply a little science to it or a little bit of reasoning even, you will come up with answers all over the place.
So you have science and rational thought. Do you use any philosophy?
Of course I do. I don't think you're going to get very far if you don't.
I say, so this one's pretty much loaded that, for the atheist answer, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Philosophy is just a bunch of words trying to work themselves out. And it's very useful, and we have to do it because we got to work the words out. But that's all it is words working themselves out.
I mean, that's extraordinarily reductive.
I know. And and
reductive descriptions generally aren't the best ones to use in virtue of their reductiveness.
Reductive descriptions only inform.
I don't think you're using reductive the way that I am. I mean, like reducing something to such a basic description that it doesn't capture any of the nuances within that subject or within that.
I'm not using
that idea.
I'm not using reduce the way you do, because reduce doesn't mean turn it into one thing and go with that thing. Reduce means
I didn't say that. When I said, so I'm trying to explain what I meant by what I said. It would be like if somebody said science, like when people say science is just measuring things. That's an extremely reductive description of science. It doesn't capture any of the nuances in what science is and how science is done. So I would argue that in virtue of that, it's not the best way to describe science. That's what I mean.
It captures an aspect of it. It captures an aspect of it.
Yeah, but that's the point. It's
reduction
capturing one aspect of something.
Right.
Isn't really
Now
that
you know what
meaningful.
reduction is. Blah, blah,
Well,
blah.
but you're acting like there's
Yeah.
one type of reduction and that's it. No, the word has multiple meanings. It depends on the context. And I've twice explained what I mean in the context that I'm using.
It's a lazy answer. Because science is much, much more than just measuring things. That's just a lazy answer.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to pick number 2.
Probably.
Okay. Glad we cleared that up.
All right, we're going to find out.
Hardcore scientists would say, are you crazy? That's not how we figure out the meaning of life. That's nuts. Science and philosophy are different things. And also rational thought are different things. Matter of fact, you can't have rational thought.
That's why they're listed separately. If they were the same thing, they would have put one word there.
Yeah. Also, like, you know, the
with a comma and everything. There's commas there and everything. Yeah.
The time-old tradition of philosophy being, you know, the basis of most of the sciences, anyway. So, I mean, like, yeah, all right, fair enough. We make a distinction because it's more complex than you know, than just philosophy is everything. Philosophy is life. But I think I know a few philosophers that say such things.
Scott, can you see Ember's comments? It's in the chat, just so you know.
Yeah, I can. He said a couple of cool things earlier, and you know, I complimented him on it, but I don't know if you put it on the screen. But you know, normally I can just click on something and put it on the screen. You know, when we're on Answers in Atheism, and so I miss that ability because I like to display stuff. You know, just like everybody else does.
Slip a she in there, Scott.
Yeah. Comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do apologize, Amber. She.
No, not a problem. Just a reminder.
Making a mistake is not. It's not horrible.
No, I
doing it on purpose. That is.
I do it too. I knew Ember before the transition and everything, and I slip up, and but we love Ember, and Ember knows that you know, it's just a slip of the tongue. That's all.
Yeah, I got to know Amber just before the trend, and like I thought it was so wonderful to see how they grew, and just you could see them becoming happier.
Oh yeah, it's great to see Ember so happy.
Yeah. It's
sure
just shitty. Like I don't always have time and energy to watch their live streams because there's too much good shit on the internet.
Yeah, you can't watch everybody. Everybody understands that. I mean, I'm sure there's something else going on somewhere right now.
Yeah,
so
I do have work.
Yeah.
You know, I often wonder about the cool shit that's out on YouTube and the internet that I'm not missing because I didn't think to write the right search term in the thing. What am I missing out there that's so cool?
You're missing Slim Living Cyborg.
Yeah, I think the algorithm as well pushes certain videos on you, and you think, oh, that sounds good. And you start watching that, and you're missing out on the good shit because of the algorithm.
Yeah,
sometimes.
Unless you have a creator, one of the great proofs of the existence of God. How do you know, what's the proof that God exists? Without him, there is no proof. So, I mean, do I use...
Could you just go back? Let's hear that sentence as a complete thing, because I think it was somewhat circular.
Yeah, you did a not answer.
God exists. Without him, there is no proof.
God exists. Without him, there is no proof of himself.
What was the bit just before that?
I just would say, are you crazy? That's not how we figure out the meaning of life. That's nuts. Science and philosophy are different things. And also rational thought are different things. Matter of fact, you can't have rational thought unless you have a creator. One of the great truths.
Right.
That's
there it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
The prime presuppositional argument is you can't have anything.
Yeah. Intelligibility.
You can't trust your thoughts if you don't believe in God because it's just molecules in motion, etc. Yeah.
It's really funny because they try to argue that like you need some sort of justification for the primitive aspects of your reasoning. They're primitive. I don't even know what it would mean to say that they need to be justified. They're used in justification. What does it mean for them themselves to be justified? That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
You know what science and philosophy and an attitude of skepticism does is it provides information and facts from which
Hello?
I think he's dropped out.
Cut out.
He was testing his new internet, and it was really good until just now.
But, you know, science and philosophy, they can provide raw material from which you can examine and derive your own meaning. The meaning maker is yourself. And the science, the philosophy, maybe spiritual exploration, if you want to engage in that, can all be used to inform you as to how you're going to derive meaning.
Right, and that's true of the religious people too. Even the pastor Doug, he got his meaning in life from his parents, who got that from the religious culture, who got that from a tradition of people writing religious crap. Right, there's no God involved in that process.
Of the existence of God, how do you what's the proof that God exists? Without him, there is no proof. So, I mean, do I use reason and logic? Yes. I'll be honest. One of the main.
Just saying, without God, there is no proof. You use no reason or logic for that answer.
I like how he God smuggled too, because he's making it an appeal to a general idea of God is necessary, but he says him because he's smuggling in an oddly more specific idea of God that is not specific to the idea that we need a God.
Yeah. Well, religious is non-misogynistic. You know this.
Sure.
All these women suffering in America at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm being sarcastic, of course.
Yeah, also, like, you know, we all use reason and logic. It's just some of us do it better than others.
What? I don't.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
Reasons I came to the Christian faith is because it's true. That's why I believe in the Christian faith. It's the one true faith.
What the fuck? What did he just say? Well, the reason that I came to believe in Christianity was because Christianity is true. But that's the belief we're asking you how you came to. You're just, you're saying nothing.
That's
it's
the world
exactly. Circle, you know, whenever something is just, you know, wrong and not computing. He's not computing. He's just testifying.
Right. The world's smallest circular argument. It's just a dot. It's just.
Well, let's see where his reason and logic.
Christianity there is no truth. So, I guess I'm going to have to go with this one primarily through my religious beliefs, but it's not my religion.
The most ignorant fucking answer on there. There's your reason and logic, mate. Fucking do it.
Just beliefs. I'm not putting faith in myself. And again, the atheists just cannot understand this because they always put faith in themselves, or sometimes in science, sometimes in government.
Of course, you should believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. Be proud.
Sure. Nothing wrong with that. It drives a lot of people.
If you have a way to critically and methodically and reliably show whether one choice is better than another, then it seems like the things that you have whatever quote unquote faith in are going to be much more reliable than just a belief in an old book with old tales that meant something to somebody sometime.
But I also notice he's gone away from the blind faith that he was accusing everybody of having to have, and now when it comes to his own beliefs, they're not blind faith. He's actually uses reason to come to it because it's true.
Yeah,
because it's
Right?
true.
So it's not blind. It's not blind faith, though. You know. Sorry, dude.
Even though the Old Testament or the books are basically, well, Lord of the Rings for stupid people.
It's just picking
he still
and
come
choosing.
to that conclusion.
He didn't even come. He didn't come to anything. He started there and never went anywhere. He didn't go or arrive anywhere.
So I would choose the one through science, philosophy, and rational thought - not religion. Even though if I had my druthers, I would not emphasize the not religion. I would just list the things that I avail myself up to when I have big questions that I need dealt with.
Well, that's another interesting point, because he was criticizing atheists for having religion earlier. The religion in such other things, right, which are misplaced. His implication was it was misplaced. And now he's saying, oh, no, the atheists will answer not religion. So, I mean, like, he's kind of swapping around his attitudes depending on how the question suits his particular position. A little dishonest.
Well, he just wants to talk shit about atheists is the one thing. That's the motivation here.
Okay, yeah, you got me.
He wants to show his contempt, which is such a Christ-like, Holy Spirit-filled, fruit of the Spirit attitude. He just wants to show his contempt for people he has not been able to reach in a larger fashion.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's me.
Sure I'm going to go with this one as the best one, though. I'm all for philosophical inquiry and things of that nature. I'm not sure what spiritual exploration is. I'd be curious to know the definition. But we're going to go with religion, and more accurately, God.
Any of them
not much of an atheist.
In
fact, he's not an atheist at all.
Yeah, he's questioning. If he goes with any of them other answers, he's questioning if his religion, maybe, he may find something out that does not fit his worldview. So, yeah, I'm not going to question it. I'm going to go straight for fucking the stupid answer.
Can I just say quickly that some of these multiple choice options are really terrible?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I didn't promise a high intellectual discussion here on Saturday Night at the Atheist. It's kind of a relaxed atmosphere, and I kind of look for the smaller channels. So it is what it is, as L.A. Marzulli said in my Bigfoot video that I just put out yesterday.
All hail.
All hail Bigfoot. That the photo is what it is, right? So
there you go. Yeah.
You're talking about your most recent,
Leo, if you want to chime in and correct us on our terminology or whatever, I always appreciate it.
Yeah, today my terminology sucks anyway. I'm fighting a migraine. I just took a Benadryl. So if my vocabulary words are just slightly south of the target, then no wonder.
Oh, thank you, Gretchen.
Number 4. What do you think of atheism? It might...
Oh, this one should be good.
All right.
Be right, but it might be wrong. No, it's wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
We're wrong. It's not a wrong position, right or wrong position, unless you can provide some convincing evidence. It's really difficult to decide that it's wrong. We're just unconvinced. That's kind of...
Yeah, if you're the hard atheist who says, no, there's no God, then you might be right, but you might be wrong. If you don't
I think atheism is correct. Because remember, if atheism is merely lack of belief, then it's not truth apt. It's not a right or wrong thing because it's merely describing a psychological state. So if one wants to say that atheism is either true or false, then atheism has to be propositional, which I take it to be, and I think it's true. I think it's much more probably true than false. And, you know, I don't really like to cite philosophical consensus because a consensus in philosophy is simply not like a consensus in science. But I do think it's worth pointing out that the overwhelming majority of philosophers are atheists. I think there's probably a reason for that.
And I've got to say, Tilting Windmill, another great comment in the chat. Thank you very much.
I think Bigfoot gives off some sort of like weak electromagnetic pulse that affects digital photos. Makes them all
absolutely.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's the only correct choice. No. It's the Antichrist. Burn it with fire. Oh, I like that answer. I don't think it's true, but I tolerate it. It's true, but many atheists are rude. And now we're going to go with the Antichrist. Now,
that last one.
Oh,
hell fucking yes.
What was that last one? It's true. Yes, absolutely.
I at first I was like, I might go for the first one because like we might be wrong. Like,
yeah, sure.
But still quite unlikely. But that last one is definitely.
It's absolutely.
You have to keep falsifiability open. So
yeah, it's absolutely true that many atheists are rude, but I'm not the kind of guy. Who says atheism is true? I'm open. You know, I'm open to being shown that there's a God that exists and he's worthy of our attention, but
at least not the one in the Bible.
Maybe not. Yeah, but atheism might be right if you're saying atheism is God does not exist. But to me, atheism is I don't believe a God exists. And that's absolutely right because that's what I believe.
I like this comment. Super atheists,
not knowing.
Super atheists assemble.
So atheists wouldn't be rude if they would just shut their mouths about atheists and quit straw manning us and just leave us alone. I mean,
wow,
having these channels with answers and atheism, just annoying people, Mike.
Just annoying people, right?
Yeah. Also,
so rude.
Telling me that I'm going to burn in a lake of fire for eternity. I consider that to be pretty rude.
Yeah. So let's see. Well, let me try to be objective then. Let's see what do you think of atheism? It might be wrong. It might be right or wrong. It's the only correct choice. Well, that's no. It's the Antichrist. That's funny. I don't think it's true, but I tolerate it. No, it is true, but many atheists. Yeah,
the last one is obviously the correct answer.
Yeah, I lean towards Leo, but then again, though, I could give some to the we have to be open that it could be wrong. So.
Yeah,
I would go with it's the only correct choice, simply because in the question it says, "What do you think of atheism?"
Yeah, that's what you think.
And that's what I think. So.
How can you get an answer wrong to ask what you think? No, you don't think that. Which Christians actually accuse atheists of engaging in.
It's irrelevant.
Not thinking what we think.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant whether atheists are rude or polite as to whether it's true or not. So it's nothing to do with atheism.
With my channel and all the Bigfoot stuff and everything and that. What do I think? I would say it might be right, but it might be wrong. I would have to keep the skepticism in it.
So no one was silly enough to go with the big shiny capital letters with the exclamation marks.
Oh,
only one person was silly enough to pick.
Yeah, only one person. Yeah.
I look at everything on a balance, right? If the balance is leaning one way, if the consensus of science, if the preponderance of evidence, whatever is making the balance tip, and that's the way I tend to lean. So.
Also, I've got no idea why he thinks you should burn it with fire, because as far as I'm aware, a proposition is not something which is concrete.
Yeah.
If they replace that with spank me, I might choose that.
You can't be burnt with fire.
Well, no, but that's actually what they're saying. Like, if you're an atheist, you will burn forever with fire.
Yeah, maybe.
The whole idea of burning forever with fire.
That's not the question, though, is it? What do you think of atheists?
What's he gonna?
They're rude. He's just conflating atheism with atheist.
What's he gonna pick?
Oh, he's already picked it. The middle one.
Did he pick the middle one for fun?
Yeah.
Atheism. I love that old saying. Atheism.
Can I say something quickly?
Go ahead, Leo.
I just wanted to say that I don't think science alone answers the question of whether or not God exists, but I think that when you take what we have been capable of coming to understand about our reality through science, and then you tie that with a well-grounded philosophical analysis of human understanding and of science and of its findings, I think that it quite frankly is quite clear that there are no gods, that there is nothing supernatural. And I think that I'm safe in saying that modern analytic philosophy is no friend to theism. And I think that's why a majority of modern analytic philosophers are not theists, except within the tiny domain of philosophy of religion, which would be expected because most people who are theists and interested in philosophy are probably going to go into philosophy of religion. So, and this is something that I think is an important point to make, particularly given how often we may see some theists try to use, I would rather say abuse, philosophy to support their theism, when quite frankly, a meaningful epistemological analysis, a meaningful understanding of metaphysics and ethics and all of this stuff is not, particularly metaphysics, modern metaphysics is not friendly to theism. And I think that that's really a big point against the accuracy and the legitimacy of theism, is that it's not very metaphysically sound. It really isn't.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I don't believe philosophy should be in religion at all. Frank Turek calls himself a doctor. He's got one of them religious doctorates, which are fucking meaningless in a secular fucking world. But yeah, I don't think it isn't. Does God exist? It's just a binary question. Why muddy the waters with more questions and whatnot? Because that's all philosophy is. Philosophy is just questions, isn't it? Questioning stuff.
Well, and you know what the difference is between an atheist and an theist, or like a Christian?
It's a letter A.
No, the atheist just believes in one less God.
Well, yeah,
just one less. Like the theists, the Christians don't believe in any of the Roman gods or the Norse gods.
Everyone's
one
an
less
atheist.
God than they.
To an extent,
Or
an true atheist believes in one less God. Go on, carry on.
Oh, I just named one.
Can I say one more thing before we finish or continue with the video?
Okay.
Just because I've heard it a couple times. Philosophy is not just words. That's just not what it is. Yeah. I can't speak for continental philosophy because I don't do continental philosophy. But as far as analytic philosophy is concerned, it's as analytic as science is. It just uses entirely different methods and examines slightly different aspects of our experience. It's about analyzing concepts of things, taking these concepts, breaking them down in their constituent parts, analyzing those, putting it back together, figuring out how it goes together, and figuring out what that all means with reference to our experience of the world around us and how we can develop meaningful worldviews based on a proper understanding of that reality and our place within it. So it's more than just words and definitions and asking questions. It's analytic. It's about understanding things.
Yeah, questioning things is analytical, surely.
But it doesn't just question it.
Analyzing, questioning and figuring out a solution maybe, but you can't do that with God. You cannot do that with a God. Either he exists or he doesn't. You can't question. this is why the last answer was, "Oh, I believe in God because I'm a bobblehead and I read a book. I read a book." That's not questioning at all. That's ignoring the fucking fact that a God exists or not. And this is what most religion is. It's ignorance through blind faith. Simple. You don't need to be a philosopher for that, to understand that. This guy has proven how ignorant he is. But yeah, no, I agree with the philosophy bit. Yeah, analytics, questions, analytics, solving problems. Yeah, philosophy, we all use it. Well, that can be hot. Should I use an oven gloves or whatever? We all use philosophy to question things and analyze and do our stuff. That's the way the world works. We do it without thinking. We do it, naturally.
Favorite definition of atheism is atheists believe in two things. One, they believe God exists, and two, they hate him.
What? Back that up again. Oh, come on. That's a classic. That is an absolute classic. Yeah. I sit on God's lap to slap him in the face.
Yeah. He's pulling out all the classics.
It's the cliche.
My favorite definition of atheism is atheists believe in two things. One, they believe God exists, and two, they hate him.
Well, that's belief, hate him.
Yeah. Hate him.
Okay. Yeah.
This pastor is just a massive cliche of theism. That's all he is.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something different there, being British.
No, I do.
I'm sure he is a massive one of those as well.
Yeah, I think he pastors the first church of the Holy Cliche.
Oh dear. The only pastor I ever liked was Linguini.
Wasn't he the third pope?
Hold on, Thomas. I'm looking for my drum so I can do a rim shot for you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's like saying, and if you got any kids in the background, turn down your volume. It's like saying that you hate Santa Claus. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay, Ember brings up an interesting philosophical question. It's not just words.
This here?
When you believe something about somebody else's beliefs, does it make it, I guess, 2 times the belief or belief squared?
I'm going to go with belief squared.
Yeah, I'm going to ponder that tonight before my head hits the pillow.
Yeah, just remember, Scott, you can't spell analytic without using the word anal.
Oh, I will never forget that. Analytics
is the belief that God doesn't exist, and Scripture describes that as foolishness. Now, that's just not mindless name calling; it's describing an intellectual state. Because everyone
like, who cares? You have a book that says a thing. It doesn't like atheists, therefore you don't like atheists. Gosh, who's smart?
Again, it's a weak argument because it's because he's dismissing all other religions. So
yeah, of course he is.
Down knows God exists. That's Romans chapter 1. But they suppress the truth and unrighteousness.
Oh, they suppress the truth and unrighteousness. Oh, there it is.
Bingo.
The funny thing is, nobody knows that God exists because nobody can show that it is true, with
Nobody
truth being
knows it.
a condition for knowledge. Can't know something that's false.
It.
Right.
And I'm not saying that theism is false, even though it almost certainly is false. But if you can't know a false thing, you can believe false things, but you can't know them.
And this is just, non-believers want to misbehave. That's all it is.
Yeah, and you know what the thing with that is? It's actually quite opposite. Because we don't believe that if we just say, "Oh, I'm sorry," it's all gone.
No absolution.
That's what religious people think.
Well, there are things that I am 100% certain of, I will say. I'm 100% certain that an unmarried man is a bachelor. I'm 100% certain that 2 + 2 = 4.
Yeah, that's another thing with the all or nothing argument. Yeah, that if you can disprove one thing, then all of science is wrong, or all of one field in science is wrong, or something.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, it doesn't change everything. It's just that one little thing.
Yeah, that's what flat earthers do.
Yeah.
And so it really is, in that sense, antichrist. So let's move on. I'm not going to do well on this quiz, but that's okay. Do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah, you're not really
The
trying.
question
To be fair.
means a couple of different things.
He's not, is he?
Like this question could be: do you believe in Jesus Christ, as in do you believe that this was a person who existed, or do you believe in Jesus Christ, as in do you believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God and was resurrected by God? Like
I'm assuming all of that.
Because it would be yes to the first for me, but no to the second.
Yeah.
Well, this
I don't have enough.
Pastor Doug here is a literalist. I mean, you know, he's down straight down the line. So
yeah, he's going to go for yes straight away.
And also, like, it's the fact that it's yes and of course not. Kind of, kind of annoying to me. Like, put yes and no. But
I would certainly go with of course not, because I don't even believe in love. So why would I believe in Jesus Christ?
Simus, do you believe in love and love?
I don't. No, I don't believe in love.
Cher would be pissed off at you.
Yeah, I know. But she could always make me a sandwich, so there's that.
I think if I...
Oh, now you're going to fit right in with Pastor Doug. Hey-o.
I think if the word believe has to include all of the Christian doctrine about Jesus, then I would say, of course not. Yeah, but exactly. If it means to believe, do you believe he existed? Do you believe he was a significant figure in history? Then I would probably say yes, but I don't think he's the Son of God.
I can grant that that he existed. And at the same time, not grant that he did anything supernatural.
Well,
yeah,
you do realize that the Bible and only the New Testament is the only book, and the Quran are the only books that even mention Jesus.
That's not true.
There's no historical evidence.
Tacitus mentions him. He's mentioned in extra biblical sources. But the thing is, that's a fact. Almost every scholar in this area of history will agree with what I just said. But even if that was not true, it's not an argument against there having been a historical Jesus.
Yeah.
The New Testament is actually very reliable when you consider the context of understanding human society, how humans wrote, how they told stories, how they lived, all that stuff in that time period, in that region. The stuff about the wizards doing magic, obviously that's not true. But all the other stuff about the culture and the time and the location and the people, that's reliable information for the most part.
Yeah, Pastor Doug here, like I say, he's a literalist. So, everything, the talking animals and everything, that's all accepted.
All the magic stuff.
Okay, so he's completely cuckoo. He's completely cuckoo.
Dragons and the giants.
Because he uses logic and reason, So.
Yeah, very true.
Which leads you, obviously, to the fact that animals talk. I mean, duh.
So we're pretty much unanimous on what his answer is going to be, right?
Oh yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Christ, yes, of course not.
Can I say one thing to him? To the pastor?
What?
Sorry. I like using that.
He is God's son. I'm not certain. My religion doesn't include Jesus, so no. The answer is yes. Do I believe and trust in Jesus Christ, Lord, Savior, and God?
5 for 5. I told you.
Jesus Christ.
And
that's the only rap.
I'm just going to say this quickly. Thank you to Gretchen again I believe in sandwiches, so thank you. I'll accept that.
Yeah. Good to have you here, Gretchen.
Why'd you have to say something about a sandwich, dude? I need a sub right now. Not just any sub, like one from an Italian deli in Boston. You know what I'm talking about.
What you talking about?
I like a good sandwich. I make fresh bread, and we have subs, and it's delicious. Yeah.
Nice.
And then when I got leftover bread, it's pizza sub night, because you can just throw some cheese and pepperoni and sauce on there real quick, throw it in the oven under the low broil for a few minutes, and
Do you add that second cup
pizza
of cheese?
subs. Pardon?
Do you add that second cup of cheese? When you
I-
make the pizza? You got to add
I'm-
that 2nd
I'm-
cup of cheese. Come on.
I'm pretty
You can't
cheesy.
just one-hand it.
I'm
You
pretty
got to two-hand
cheesy,
it 2
but
times.
my son outdoes
That's
me.
what
though.
That's what she said.
He does the double layer. It's like, wow, that's a lot of cheese.
Double layer of cheese, double layer of pepperoni. Oh God. Oh my lord.
Doesn't go down easy if it ain't cheesy.
Pizza subs are one of my favorite go-tos. It's simple, it's quick, it's easy, and it's so good. Oh,
I'm actually having
I
pizza
just use
tonight.
toasted bread.
Can we stop talking about food, because I'm starting to get hungry and it's
All right,
almost
let's get
1
to the
o'clock
next
for me.
one here.
Well, hang on. Just remember, you can't spell cheese without cheese.
At least we're not talking about like English food, you know. That's just it's just
Listen,
whimsically
anybody
named
talk about
bowls
English
of mash. You know, there's just nothing there.
yeah. If my doctor is listening, I want him to know that I have cut back, and that's why he was happy with my LDL numbers being down, because as John Candy said, I'm like a big mouse. I can put away some cheese, right? I can put away some cheese, but as you know, as we mature, we have to just cut back a little bit. You don't have to get rid of it; just cut back on it, and your doctor will be happy. And I didn't have to get any meds or anything, so everybody's happy.
Well done, Dave. And just to say, like cheese, I prefer more mature. So.
All right, really quick, guys. I'm gonna jump in here because I gotta go eat some dinner.
All right.
So y'all take it easy.
Okay.
Peace
Thank
out.
you.
Thanks for stopping in, Leo.
Well,
Bye,
we're
Later.
thanks for stopping by, Leo.
Always
Oh.
good to have Leo stop by. I always enjoy Leo's input.
Yeah, this one's going to be good.
All
By
right,
the way,
one.
this next question, let's.
Here we go.
Number 6. What do you think of the Pope? Oh, this is interesting. He is a holy man. He is a
All right, what let's see here. What do you think of the Pope? He is a holy man. Well, yes, technically he's a holy man, right?
Well,
But that
yeah.
doesn't mean anything to me.
Well,
He's the
isn't he
leader of a
vicar
heathen
God?
religion.
What has this got to do with atheism? What
I
the
don't know.
fuck has this
Yeah,
got to
yeah.
do with atheism?
Well, no,
I
I
think
could
it-
have an opinion. I think no, I think he is a holy man by definition.
By definition, yeah.
What do you think of the Pope? I would say he's a holy man.
Yeah.
Whether he's right, wrong, or a good or bad Pope, it doesn't really matter. That's
Well,
a
I
pretty
also-
holy position, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah. I also think, though, that he is the leader of a heathen religion. I also think it would be nice if he didn't follow that religion. I also think he's a fool. And I also think he's the leader of the wrong type of Christianity.
Well, there
So
you have
all
it.
of those questions
All
are,
of the
are
above.
consistent with atheism.
Yeah.
punch,
I
punch,
think the
punch,
second one
punch,
is-
punch, punch,
is he is
punch.
not atheist. But I
It's a
think he
useless
will pick
question.
the last one. I think the pastor will pick the last one.
I think
Oh,
so
yeah,
too.
that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Probably.
Okay, let's see.
leader of a heathen religion. You're talking to a Protestant minister here. This is going to get fun. He would be nice if he didn't follow that religion. He is a fool. He is the leader of a wrong type of Christianity. I'm a Protestant. Roman Catholicism has officially anathematized the gospel in the Council of Trent. The Council of Trent clearly states, it's from the 16th century, that if you say you're justified by faith alone, that is anathema. That's insane. So he is a leader of the wrong type of Christianity. I'm going to go with that.
6 for 6, dude.
Yeah.
Brilliant at these quizzes.
He's 6 for 6. Right.
Yeah.
Just to
All
point
right.
out, that something that one of the church fathers, Catholic church fathers, said. Augustus also said, "You're saved by faith." Just to point that out.
Yeah.
7. What do you think about the recent terrorist attacks?
How much of an
When's this
atheist
from?
are
This is
you?
from 2020.
Well, the thing was created.
Well, it's kind of a duh question. That's bad. I mean, if it's that word, it's bad. It's just.
My answer was the second one, just because that was the most reasonable.
Right,
They are
right.
proof of religion's horrible influence. Yeah, maybe, but terrorism, is a very small number of people with a huge influence. So it really wouldn't be fair to say they're the proof that religion's bad, because there are non-religious terrorists as well. So I just said they shouldn't use religion as an excuse to kill people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the most reasonable for sure. I also think that if you look at number 3, this shows how evil Islam is compared to my religion.
Yeah, that's the one he's going to pick, obviously.
Yeah, and you could say it's a proof of horrible influence, but there's a lot of horrible influences. So that
Christianity
argument is always back and forth. Well, this atheist did this. Well, this believer did that. That's there's good people and there's bad people. So.
Christianity back in the day would have stoned people, chopped people's hands off. This is just an offshoot, and Christianity itself has progressed just a little, so we can survive in society. But they're just as bad and comparable as Islam. It's just that Islam hasn't progressed.
But I think we would have to know what particular terroristic event they were talking about.
There's many of them.
Just saying about recent terrorist attacks. Well, that's certainly not enough to say that it's religiously inspired, although a lot is, of course.
Yeah, I don't remember the dates on these. The name of the title for the video caught my eye. So, and Icarus is here. Hello, Icarus. And Robin Webster's here. Hello, Robin.
Well, Icarus finally shows up.
Now, at the top of the page, I believe it says when it was last updated. But
in 2011 sometime.
Yeah,
I think 23, I believe.
I think when anyone thinks of
2023. Okay, never mind.
I think when anyone thinks of terrorist attacks, they always automatically go to 9/11.
I think about 9/11.
Pretty sure. Yeah.
I guess we're talking Islam. They are false Muslims. No true follower of Islam would kill. They shouldn't use their religion as an excuse to kill people. This shows how evil Islam is compared to my religion. They are proof of religion's horrible influences. That's interesting. Now, is Islam a false religion? Yes. Again, I hate the word "my." Is Islam again not true? Yes. Are there quote good Muslims in the civil sense that are not terrorist? Of course, that's true. But is Islam a religion that fundamentally teaches violence? I know there's massive debate out there, but which one am I going to pick? I'm going to.
Oh, got one
there
wrong.
we go. We finally agreed.
There's a point of agreement.
There's a point of agreement.
We can come together in peace to say, yes, whoever they are, shouldn't use religion as an excuse to kill people.
Absolutely. All right. There's a winner. What was this? Number 7. It took us 7.
Unless your religion is the church of only kill people in self-defense as a last resort, then you can use that religion to kill people.
It just goes to show how dogmatic atheists are.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
go moderate.
Can we get another one? Can we make another hit on the next question? We'll see.
I can't believe
Here they
we're
say
looking
they
like
shouldn't
we're going to
use-
actually finish something.
But I have to say,
I know.
actually, I would say they are proof of religion's horrible influence. Just to disagree with everybody.
Yeah, that's the one I went for.
Okay.
Oh, did you? Oh, fantastic. Okay.
All right.
Hey, nerdy.
Yeah,
I think
I
that's the
forget.
most atheistic answer.
I take it back then. There is no dogma.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Does anybody else? Yeah, have a different answer? Anybody else? Yeah, everybody. Okay.
Oh, just us two.
All right. Fair enough.
Us two Brits
Religion
have
as
to put up
excuse
with
to kill.
Anglicism.
Yeah, phase
We'll go
one.
that way.
We're
I prefer
phase
the word
one.
murder here.
atheist.
Oh, and by the way, of course, atheism loves killing people.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Motherfucker.
Yeah. No.
Oh, the kumbaya just left my body.
Yeah, we do.
He had to throw down in at the end.
The warm, fuzzy feeling is gone.
Well, I don't know though. I mean, I've got like 5 different baby sauce recipes.
Yeah, I heard it, Windmill.
There we go.
Yeah, if you hear a little something that sounds like a CB far off, it's my neighbor. We've been trying to get his thing adjusted. He turned his stuff and everything for me. The problem seems to be they cut down the tree, and it was a pretty big tree. And I think since he cut down the tree, I got a clear shot over here. So if anybody could give me a tip on something I could do to isolate my wiring. Somehow I'm picking up his ham radio, shortwave, right through the wiring for my headset and whatnot. So
Have you tried wearing a tinfoil hat?
I guess I'm going to have to.
Okay.
But yeah, if anybody has a tip on how to isolate myself so I'm not all this wire, I guess, is acting like an antenna. And see, there it is.
Yeah.
Well, you
And,
could use dynamite and get rid of your neighbor's house.
Well, I keep trying to move my stuff around, but it just seems like, yeah, he's got a direct shot at me. Anyway.
Make your room a Faraday cage.
Yeah, well, it shouldn't be a problem, and he doesn't stay on very long. But yeah, not a.
It's just we can't talk back to them. We could really freak them out, couldn't we?
Well, the first time it happened, I think I was on Joe's stream, and I said, this is what I need to happen when I'm doing the Grassman Chronicles, covering a ghost story or something. It would be perfect for that to happen then. So maybe I can work something out with him. Is hey, talk real loud next time you're on the radio.
We're talking about atheists killing people. Didn't the inventor of the wind turbine, the electrical wind turbine, wasn't he an atheist? And they give you cancer. A guy told me that.
That was just uncalled for, and totally uncalled for.
Well, also just to point this out, I know they always go to Stalin, Pol Pot, and Hitler, but I'm going to go to the Black Death because that was all religiously inspired, as far as I'm concerned. The way it spread around Europe was all to do with religious pilgrimage and crusades later on, and religious wars.
I'll look into that demon. I'll look into that demon and see if I can put some on as some shielding. That might work. Yeah.
And also
there were no atheists to finish off. There were no atheists back then. So.
And then there is the celebration of St. Patrick's Day, like that's literally celebrating a religious dude killing the pagans.
I thought it was an excuse to drink Guinness and wear green corduroys.
Yeah, that's what they're not making it into now, but they're celebrating a genocide, like giving.
Well, it's like Columbus Day. Didn't he right the way through South America?
I was hoping we were going to have a strong ending, and then he went and ruined it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
let's see if he can bounce back.
boo boo. My religion good. Everything else religious bad.
Yeah.
And atheists, they love to kill people. They fucking love it.
Scumbags.
Yeah.
Or pro-abortion. So let's move
Oh,
on.
I
Number 8.
see. Pro-abortion.
It doesn't mean you're pro-abortion. No, it doesn't. No.
Even if you're pro-abortion, doesn't mean you like to kill people.
Oh,
Yeah.
and one thing, pro-abortion does not exist. Pro-choice does exist.
There you go.
Pro-abortion, nobody is pro-abortion. Nobody wants an abortion.
It's all about fetal viability, isn't it? And I'm going to go with science on that. What they say, you know, is a viable fetus, and what is
Yeah.
a viable fetus.
The fun thing is, like, I don't remember who was it to who, like, they pulled up a photo of a fetus and like, so you believe this is a human being? Yes. No,
yeah, that was
dolphin.
me. That was me. Some guy.
No, it's yeah, like.
And I
video, like.
I think it was a pig or it was actually a whale. I think it was a whale, and it was exactly the same as a fetus. You know, it was non-viable. It had no heart. It had nothing. It was a fetus.
Yeah,
I think about 12 weeks old.
Well, and the biggest problem, of course, is that prevention prevents, right? And a lot of the same religious folks are against things that are prevention at the same time.
Yeah.
So that's also a problem.
It's just like they want everybody to be Christian, and like the more you stop people from preventing to get pregnant and not have abortions, the more religious people you will create.
Mm-hmm.
That's their whole thing here, you know. And like, yeah,
and yeah, they're talking about Christian nationalism, and these fanatical pro-lifers are some of the most hateful people on earth. They are horrible.
And my joking answer always is like, yeah, well, if people have abortions, like who they do need target practice at school, right?
Hey, Sam.
Okay.
Hey, Sam. Hey, thanks for the tip. Yeah, I was thinking about it. They used to have those things on the video game cords, didn't they? Those little those ferrite things you can snap on like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It might work better if you run it through it twice or something like that.
But it's interesting how it picks it up. Somehow coming through the wiring on my headset or my microphone, one or the other.
Yeah, my ex-wife, she's a teacher, and like at one point she was teaching, and like the school, like they had computers and they had speakers there, and like somebody in the neighborhood was at like a legal radio station. That's quite a big thing around here. But like when they would transmit, they could turn off the speakers, pull out the plugs, but it would still pick up the radio.
You're listening to Clog FM.
Well,
he's from the Netherlands.
He's an old timer. He's in his 80s over there, and he's been doing shortwave a long time. He's got quite the setup, and yeah, he's got, you know, kind of like we're doing. He's talking with his peeps around the world right now. I think he said he talks to somebody in Cleveland and then bounces off from there. So.
Well, and he could use the ISS as a repeater when it comes over. I sometimes listen to that. That's quite fun.
Well, he's no slouch. He's got a lot of power. That's why when he said, "Oh, let me know" or whatever. So when it happened the last time it did, I called him and I said, "Hey, turn your power." I said, "Take it off 11," and he didn't get the joke, right? So I had to explain to him with the joke later that, yeah, you know, your amplifier goes 1 to 10. You know, take it off 11, right? Haha. So.
Yeah. Not many people will get the Spinal Tap reference.
He's got yeah, that's true. And give me another gray hair. But yeah, I know he's got the power over there. If he wanted to, we could pick him up really good if he wanted to. So, but,
have you shown him how to use StreamYard or Skype or WhatsApp?
No, he still doesn't have text.
That's...
He still doesn't have text. He's got a dang flip phone or whatever. He still can't get a text. So
that's really old schooly.
Well, but it's he's an original. He bought new in the neighborhood, and it looks like he's going to live there to his last days. So,
well, I'm pushing 60 now myself, and I think I just got in on that precipice where I care enough to follow it, but I haven't got a fucking clue. I know how to use it, but I don't have a clue how it works. Where if I was 60 when all this tech came out, I think I would probably still have a flip phone and be talking to people on shortwave and things like that. I think I just got in there in time, not to be a total idiot, even though I am.
Well, for those that don't know, this is the same neighbor that blew out power while I was doing my birthday stream last year.
All right.
Yeah, and he burned up his arm messing with the guide wires for his tower. And he didn't touch across the house line. He touched across the bigger one out back, the neighborhood line. And yeah, it lit him up.
He's got his antenna that close.
Well, we're in the suburb. We're in the suburbs, so there's
Yeah, you got overhead cables. Same here.
There's wires everywhere. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forget the rest of the world in the city. You also have overhead wires.
Well, one actually, I'm on the line. Okay, one block over from me, they start burying stuff.
Ah, okay.
But over here, we still
You're progressive. You're progressive.
We have I think the phone line is the one that's buried over here. That's the other stuff is still overhead.
We don't have shit overhead here in not in the towns, and like from the really big ones, we do have that. For the people that haven't figured it out by the .nl behind my name, I'm from the Netherlands. So.
Yeah. Well, as soon as you get out into the newer neighborhoods, more outside of the city, the newer developments and everything. Yeah, that's something that's weird. You drive into that neighborhood and there's no poles anywhere. That's something you notice right away. You're like, where's the poles? There's no poles anywhere.
Yeah, and like when I see that on television, like especially like every time they ever have anything to do with a story, because they're fucking dangerous.
Yeah.
They're just such a big risk. Like if a car hits it, if there's a storm and a tree falls on them, like
and some of them are so overloaded because they just keep adding stuff, right? And you look at some of them and you're like, gee whiz, I'd hate to be the one that's up on the pole trying to untangle that big mess of spaghetti of wires, All right, let's see. We
have that here with new builds, especially with new builds, because there's no poles around where I live. Because I live in a new, because the ground works, they dig up the ground anyway. You may as well clean the wires in there. I think I heard your neighbor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear him a little bit. He turned it down, and like he's 86 or something. I mean, he doesn't go very long, so
Did you see Tilting Windmills thing about
bless his heart, as they say. He was out. He takes his little walk out here around. We live on a cul-de-sac, so he does the lap around here and say hello and everything, and stuff. So it's all good.
It's probably nearly his bedtime. What time is it where you are?
It's 7 p.m.
Oh yeah, it's definitely nearly his bedtime.
Yeah, he'll be hitting the hay pretty soon. So not a big deal. And like I say, if it's a problem, I can call him and he will do something about it. So it's not like not a bad situation or anything. So
let's get through these.
A little soft spot for Ham SCB.
Yeah, but anyways, the joke I wanted to tell you is, his Ham buddies call him Sparky ever since he blew out the power over here.
What do you think of science? It's a great creation of God. So, it disproves the existence of God. Those who deny it are ignorant. Wait, what? How? I'd love to see the proof that God doesn't exist.
That's not how it works.
No.
I don't see how it does not fit with a religion. Double negative. I don't see how it does not fit with a religion. Oh, poorly phrased. It makes
just an atheist.
It's poorly phrased. Well, you can be a moderate. You can accept science and religion. To William Lane Craig's credit, he has said he doesn't buck up against mainstream science. He doesn't try to argue against what the science says. So if the consensus is on whatever, the age of the earth or evolution or whatever, he's just going to say, well, okay, you know better. But I have my theology arguments, right? If they're in that lane, then yeah, then why not? Why can't science fit with religion? I don't see the problem there.
Yeah, but none of them answers are atheistic at all. If I had to go for one as an atheist, I would just say the first one, it proves the existence of God, which it doesn't, but that's the only one that is viable to an atheist, or close.
Well, yeah, I'd go with the last one. It's just an atheist ploy. It has no merit.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one he's going for.
Just to try and convince the theists that they're definitely wrong.
And like they said, how it's phrased is tough, because you can take a lot of tenets from religion and at the same time understand that there may not be literally factual parts of history like Pastor Doug believes.
Well, in actuality, when I was kind of taking this quiz, I skipped number 8 because there really wasn't an answer that fit me at all.
Yeah, there is.
In 2008, maybe a little before, maybe 2007, I would have answered 3 because I was still at the time a Christian, but there were things that were just kind of pulling away at my faith. And science was actually a strong one because basically things that the fundamentalist evangelical conservative Christians were saying about the world around us did not mesh with science. And
I get that.
And I just although I knew there were people that were Christian and believed in evolution and maybe primitive homos, by that I mean like the genus Homo. I just couldn't maintain. I thought there are just more. I think we had an alien just land.
That's Dave. That's Dave answering. He couldn't resist.
Okay.
He makes a good point there, I think. So, I guess the first one is the closest to an atheist thing. Fortunately, they put God in inverted commas, so we can define God ourselves. And obviously, if you define God as something, a supernatural being that interacts with the world in a physical way, then I think science does disprove the existence of that kind of God. And
well, the apologist argument is you can't use the scientific method to prove God. So then I always say, well, then you have to have another method. You have to come up with some kind of a reliable method then to demonstrate these supernatural claims. Otherwise, sorry, they can be dismissed.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Just that easily.
And there are no others which don't turn out to be.
Doesn't mean they're not real. I've been quoting Jane Goodall, the chimpanzee lady, right? That if a cryptid was proven to be true, she'd like it to be a Bigfoot, and I kind of agree. I think that'd be really fun, really far out. I mean, to find one of these beasts running around somewhere. It hasn't happened yet, though. But
that would be cool.
Yeah, it'd be amazing.
there was a time where my son asked me if I believed that Bigfoot existed. And I said, son, no, I really don't think. And he just was so disappointed in me because, he just wanted Bigfoot to be real. I don't know where he stands with Bigfoot these days, but
my son, and he's not going to want me to repeat this story, but I won't tell you which son. How about that? One of my boys fell for the mermaid thing on Discovery Channel, and I had to let it go for a little bit because it was so sweet. You know what I mean? That he for that moment he was like, Dad, mermaids are real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I didn't want to dash it too soon. You know what I mean? So, I let it go for an hour or so, right? And I said, hey, I gotta have a talk with you, And he's like, oh, man, and it's like, that's what I didn't want to hear. You know what I mean? Because it is, kind of quote precious or innocent or the word to see that, it's the same thing with kids that, think Santa left something under the tree and everything, right? You see their face and everything, and it's like, hey, wow, this supernatural thing is really real. And I had to dash the hopes.
Yeah. I went through a similar thing with UFOs back in the 70s.
Yeah.
I was just so wanted there to be flying saucers and extraterrestrial aliens and things, but alas.
Well, I've heard that I've heard Nike are putting a lot of money into a research team to go and find Bigfoot. They think it's going to save the shoe industry.
Yeah. Why haven't you brought your father to show and tell? Oh, I believe in mermaids, and he turned out to be a cryptid heathen.
Anyway, this one should be good, though. His response to number 8 should be good.
I think
hard for me to believe
it's an atheist ploy. It has no merit. I think that's.
Even though I want to, it's just an atheist ploy and has no merit. Well, God created science, and by the way, modern Western science came from Protestant Christianity. Just saying. So I guess I'm going to go. I don't see how it does not fit with religion.
Wow. I'm going to throw it in there.
Hell no. If
that's my
science would have come from one religion, it would have been Islam.
That's my pick. I don't see how it doesn't fit with religion if you don't take things all too literal like some of these young earth creationists and stuff do. There's plenty of moderate believers that accept science, accept evolution. I looked it up before, and Joe looked it up with me when we were on a stream. Even Islam at 51%. And we're including, countries that don't have a lot of good education and everything, except well-established science like evolution, the age of the universe, and all that, while still having their belief.
You don't believe Sophia Loren fought off a hovering pterodactyl with a spear, wearing a fucking woolly mammoth bikini?
Absolutely, she did.
Thank you for putting that in my head.
Yeah.
I mean,
what is that?
Sophia Loren, or was it Raquel?
1,000.
Oh, Raquel Welch.
Raquel Welch.
Same thing.
Yeah, what is it? 1,000 BC or 10? What is it? 1 million BC. 1 million BC. Yeah, it's a classic. She was one of my crushes. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, she would be one of your crushes.
All right, let's see what. Okay, he answered.
Number 2.
Yeah. Well, I agree. So at least for me, that's 2 of them we've agreed on, and we're on what, the last one?
Again, double negative, but we'll run with this one. Number 9. What?
Almost.
Sorry. Do you want there to be an afterlife?
No.
Again, notice how the atheist, they can't go beyond themselves. It's such an insanely self-focused religion.
This one.
I truly believe this quiz was not made by an atheist.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mike. What do you got? What do you got to say there?
This one is just such blatant projection. Like this whole thing about having an afterlife and your soul being eternal forever. I mean, they're the ones that are selfish, egomaniacal nutcakes. We accept the fact that we're just going to turn into mulch. I mean, yeah, I couldn't believe this one, how he got that backwards. Oh, anyway, that's all.
Literally afterlife, you know, we're human beings. If we went to hell, we'd get inherently bored of having our testicle pulled out through our kneecaps.
Yeah.
Just back in there every hour, on the hour. But we say, come on, demons, step this shit up. I'm getting fucking bored of this now. And the same with hell. You would get fed up with having to get up in the morning and worship this fucking guy every morning for no reason whatsoever, just because he needs his love. He's needy being. Oh, I need you to love me. No, I'm happy to believe fucking it ends after this. It just ends.
Yeah.
I've had a decent life. I've enjoyed it.
You go for number one, would you?
I had sex once, so I've been all right.
That was enough.
Number one.
Been done that. Been there, done that.
I would say, like, I've been to a lot of parties which I've enjoyed. I've never been to an after party that I've really enjoyed. So
yeah, and of course, you know, the thing of I don't want to go to hell. Well, of course, nobody does. If you offer somebody a dish of ice cream or a dish of broken glass, you know, except for Slim Cyborg, you're probably going to pick the ice cream, right? Yeah, it's kind of it's a loaded question. I don't want to go to hell. Well, I don't want to go to hell either. As far as an afterlife goes, yeah, it depends what the afterlife would be. Of course, everybody would love to see their loved ones again and everything, but I mean, do you just hug your loved ones over and over every day? You know,
I think we need to answer this question that Robin's put, or the point Robin's put up.
Think about this for a second.
I think there is an atheist need in the chat.
Oh, Christianity is basically everything is the entire universe is created for men, and men get to live forever. Once you're born, your soul goes on and on forever, and you get all the glory in heaven or the burning in hell. Tell me that's not the most egotistical bullshit you've ever heard in your life.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's accusing atheists of it. Anyway, yeah, I know this is horrible. Robin Webster needs help.
It's just answer to her, Robin. It's not a system. That's it. Just say that. It's not a system. What are you talking about? It's the answer to one question.
Yeah, Sydney's with me. Raquel Welsh.
Raquel Welsh. I grew up in the 70s, of course.
Oh yeah, very.
Yeah, that's technically Raquel Welsh was technically Raquel Welsh was two goddesses.
Oh yeah,
very popular.
The socks under my teenage bed.
Or not.
Diamond hard.
So
yeah,
my
Tuesday was a little before me, so I'm sure she was still around and still beautiful. I just never ran across her like I did Raquel Welch.
Yeah, well, the movie's on age.
Yeah, there you go.
This is a tough one because, again, I think everybody would love to see somebody again, you know, of course, but then the question is, but then what do you do the next day and the next day and the next day?
What about when
and
you
also do remember if like there's so many bad people that in the end just said, I convert to Christianity. Please save me, Jesus. And they go up to heaven.
Yeah.
Murderers, rapists. Like,
Good
you
point.
want to be hanging out with those people? Hell, there's probably going to be vegans there.
Well,
that's how Mike and I first met. We were doing a thing over with Rebecca, and they were running a video that's supposed to convert you or whatever, and they were all hard luck stories that people eventually found Jesus, and one of them I nicknamed Mr. Stabby Stabby. He got in trouble for stabbing people. And then while he was in jail, he was stabbing people, including prison guards. At least I think a couple prison guards he stabbed too. But then he found Jesus, so it's all good. He's going to heaven. And all right, hey, great for him. You know, but does everybody else want to spend eternity with Mr. Stabby Stabby? Right?
Rebecca did a private Bible, thing for us, trying to convert us atheists, and it was like the most unconvincing shit I've ever heard in my life. It was like just sitting there with my mouth open, like, really, Rebecca? This is what you're giving us? It's like,
that's how we know Lance over at Lance Independent too.
Yeah.
Lance was in there.
That's how we met Lance.
Yeah.
I remember having this row with a theist on Twitter, and he said, "You'll see, on your deathbed, you'll be praying for forgiveness and for God." And I said, "No, on your deathbed, you'll be praying for science to fucking help you out."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I have enough trouble with my living relatives dropping in without considering my dead ones dropping in.
That's my mother. She made me promise her that I wouldn't cremate her and all that. She wanted a proper burial and everything, and I did. I promised her I did all the right things and everything. I called in the priest for the last rites, when we got bad news, at the hospital and all that kind of stuff. And I didn't do it out of, fear of wrath of God or anything like that. I did it because that's what my mother wanted, and it gave her peace to know that, that I was going to take care of her and stuff. And, she would roll her eyes when I would say things, my mother was never serious religious or whatever, but she would kind of, look at me if I said something questionable, like maybe I'm just going to slide over a little bit. The lightning bolt might be coming through, But
but I think any decent human being would do that, Dave. If even my one was there and saying,
that's
I'm going to heaven, I'd say, yeah, you are.
There's that thing. Yeah, would you pray with somebody that was on their deathbed or something, a loved one or something? And it's like, sure.
Absolutely.
Of course you would,
That's a decent thing to do.
Yeah, but again, the question, and I think it's neat that, you cannot create or destroy energy, matter, right? We were something else and we're going to be something else. It's not that we're gaining or losing or anything. It's just part of the process. We're different things use elements for a little while, and then different things use them later. That's how it is. It seems to be.
Well, that's how I see it. We our matter just alters. It doesn't. Our matter's still there. It just alters into something different.
And what separates us from other life forms? Bonuses like we have opposable thumbs, and we have an imagination, and we have speech, and we have all these bonuses. That's what it is. A lot of bonuses.
And we still have about 20 vestigial organs to prove that we evolved from other things.
Yep.
So,
some people have more than others. Certain muscles that some people still have.
Yeah.
To change the direction of your ears. Doesn't do much anymore for humans, but some people still have it.
There's still residue in most of it. We have the third eye.
Some kids could always wiggle their ears better than others, couldn't they?
Yeah, but that's probably because they physically have an extra muscle.
The other kids would be trying to do it, and it's like, how do you do that? And it's like, I don't know. And there go their ears,
That was obviously when you see an animal or predator, their ears are moving like that. We used to be able to do that when we were. Well, we still are predators, but in a different way. All right, what's his name?
That's Dave. We hear you, Dave.
Also Dave.
Yeah, where were you, Dave? Papa Dave, yeah.
So what's he gonna say? Let's see. I'm so glad there's no. He's not going to say that. Perhaps
Already
I don't
is.
know.
He's gonna go.
He's just going to say, of course.
Of course. Yeah, he's
No,
going.
he's gonna go for
Can't
3.
go beyond
There
anything.
already is.
Any universal. There can't be
All right, let's
truth,
see.
logic, reason, goodness, beauty, because, well, we just can't have that because it's all about me. Oh, man. Do you want there to be an afterlife? Personally, I'm going to be crass. I don't care. The Bible says there's an afterlife, and it's beautiful, and it's in Christ. So that's my answer. No, I am glad there's no afterlife. Perhaps I don't want to go to hell, though. Again, atheists are always thinking we're afraid of going to hell. We should be afraid of the Almighty.
Really?
That's who we should be afraid of. There already is, of course. So there already is.
Hey.
I like that. And he gave us a good answer. Number
Good
10.
job.
Final.
Okay.
Well, I just want to say none of those answers really describe me. I don't really want there to be an afterlife. I don't want there to not be an afterlife. I don't think there's an afterlife. You know, I don't
We'll
have
find
any
out.
imagination about an afterlife. And
We'll find out, won't we?
Yeah, I'll see
Yeah.
one.
Well, that's the method, isn't it? Need the evidence.
That's the
By
problem.
the way,
Houdini said he would come back and bring a message if he could, and he didn't. So
there's an incredible movie. There's an incredible movie out called Tuesday about death and the afterlife, and a parrot on Max. The name is just Tuesday, and I watched it. It's really a different movie, but it's pretty cool.
Well, I'll try to remember that next time I'm watching.
How do you react when someone discusses their religious beliefs with you? Like maybe
it depends.
Usually I'm the number one.
Is
I'm
it
not the
civil
person.
or not? Yeah.
If they're not trying to overtly evangelize me, I'll be respectful of their beliefs. And if it's an interesting conversation, if they point out something interesting, I'll be interested. If it's boring, or if we're in the line of the convenience store or something, I'll avert my eyes and hope they go away.
Otherwise, they're going to bring up that election.
And also, I think it also depends in what situation. Like, if I'm for work, I'm an electrician. Like, if I'm with a customer and they start talking about it, I'm gonna be more respectful than if a stranger walks up to me in the street.
Yeah.
And I'm the respectfulness bucket is getting kind of empty with my parents. But
I would say I'm openly critical and often challenge their beliefs, simply because all of the other answers have a problem in them. I would be number 3, except it says mixed views, so it's kind of saying that maybe I don't have, my views quite straight on religion and spirituality. I do.
If I heard Dave right, I think he was signing off. So I think that was it. So.
Oh, okay. 10-4, Dave.
Yeah.
Copy.
Yeah, I think he might be picking me up a little bit. It almost sounded like he was discussing something he was picking up. So he might be picking us up back. So
cool.
yeah, Dave. We hear you, Dave. Yeah, I hear you.
We're with you, Sparky.
You don't transmit that like that powerful.
Let's see.
That's easy for you to say, Dave.
Let's see.
Like those early NASA things.
That's a lovely thought, though, a lovely sentiment, and a nice hobby for an 800-year-old. Floating around the short way. I think that's
extremely interesting.
Last summer, he was still climbing up that tower and adjusting the wiring and everything and stuff. So yeah, I mean, he would put a safety belt on and everything, but yeah, he would climb up the tower and work on it, and I wouldn't do that, and he's 27 years older than me. Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's.
Interesting.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. Okay. I think that is this the number 10, right?
I'm respectful of their beliefs and sometimes find the conversation interesting. I like that answer. I'm openly critical and often challenge their beliefs. I want to put these two together. I engage in the discussion and share my own mixed views on religion and spirituality. I actively participate and share my strong religious beliefs in return, says the atheist. I listen, but...
A little dig there, says the atheist.
Yeah. Get that dig in.
That's probably the one he's going to...
disagree and might subtly express my skepticism.
I'm going.
So I want to put these two
too.
together.
Huh?
Number 2. Yeah, he likes both of them there.
Well, the thing is he matching energy or is he just trying to be a dick? Because, if somebody's talking to me and I'm having a conversation and they share me a point of view or something, but it's calm and respectful, why am I going to be openly critical and challenge their beliefs? Sir, this is a Wendy's, so it just depends on the setting.
Yeah, that's setting.
I'm usually, if someone shoves their religious beliefs in me, I criticize back instantly, or just
when it's online.
Well, what he's trying to do here by trying to combine these two is saying that he wants to be critical of other people's religious beliefs, and then at the same time he wants to say, "Well, I'm respectful though," because he wants people to respect his political, his religious beliefs. However, he just literally said, says the atheist, after reading out, I actively participate and share my strong beliefs in return, says the atheist. I mean, how disrespectful do you want to be, exactly?
Well, you can be critical and respectful.
Yeah,
yes.
I think so.
Yeah, and what kind of conversation? If it's a two-way street, if it's a two-way conversation, you might just pause and go, "Oh, I think that's a little bit unsupported, and it really doesn't." Imposing a God there doesn't really answer any real questions in my life. It just points to an external, supposed reality that I can't verify.
And I hit my mute and it still comes through. So I'm guessing it's picking up through my microphone. I guess so.
That's not the Holy Spirit trying to convict you of this blasphemy we're committing.
Yeah. Well, he goes on. I know he goes on between 7 and 8, and this is his time period. So I'm pretty sure I know who it is. But I'm gonna look into getting some on my wire here, and because it's really weird that it's picking it up at all. I don't know how it's picking it up other than just being the amount of wire in the air, it's just being an antenna and it's coming through the microphone somehow. So
if it's exactly the right length for that wavelength,
that could also.
It's a good old crystal radio type thing, right? Where you just need a ground and a wire. So
he's probably to reach certain places, even on shortwave, to be vocal on shortwave. You need to throw some serious kilowatts through your equipment. Brainless is the best to talk about that because he's a ham himself.
I just have a little CB right.
Right, talking to each other, right?
It's a bit dead.
I knew it was you. Yeah, I knew it was you, Brainless.
Back to this question. To be honest, in the UK, we don't really get people shoving their religion in our faces. Apart from the American side of the religions that have come over here to try and, milk us for all our money. Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons, or even they're quite respectful because a lot of them are British now anyway. The Mormons have the what do they call them? They're basically young kids, missionaries they call them, don't they?
Missionaries, yeah.
And they're the door knockers, and even they're respectful now. They don't throw religion in the face.
You talking about Mormon missionaries?
Huh?
Yeah.
Do Mormon missionaries go to Britain?
Yeah, we got Mormon churches here. We got Latter-day Saints churches here. We got the Jehovah's Witnesses, the West. They watch our Bible. They used to knock on the door regular. signs are made, no hawkers or religious people and things like that. But I think they actually respect now. They only interact with people who say, when they say, they knock on your door and someone opens it and they say, we're from Jehovah's Witnesses, or we're from the Church of Latter-day Saints. Would you like to talk about God? And they'll only interact if they say, yeah, okay, we'll talk. But most people just slam the fucking door in the face and say, fuck off. Never knock here again.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think they just cut down a tree. It was a big old tree. And that tree pretty much was in line between my house and his antenna in the back. And I think the tree was just enough, and since they took that big tree down, and now I got a line shot right over here to my house.
Yeah, it's probably affecting probably most people in the area, would have thought, depending on what he's throwing out of it, because obviously, as wiring gives out around it, gives out a field behind it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I believe the more you pump into it, the bigger the field.
It's a neat little science experiment, kind of, But,
it could also be that the cable that you have on your microphone is just a nice length, and also laying in good orientation to pick it up.
What about wireless? Would that make a difference, do you think?
That's what was bugging me at first, because I'm hardwired, right? My headset and my microphone are both hardwired, and I was like, you'd think you'd be more, grounded or whatever, but
because then you actually have an antenna that
right, it's actually making an antenna. So
I don't mean Bluetooth either. I mean a dongle type. So you have a dongle that'll only pick up the dongle through the headset. I really haven't got a clue. It's just that my one I use for my PlayStation as a dongle, I just plug straight into the PlayStation and it works.
I think
I got
try
the same thing.
I think I'll try the a tube of that shielding stuff. I think that might do the trick.
Yeah, or a shielded USB cable, as I believe Dorna said, could also work.
But it'll make my security camera flicker a little bit too. If he's cranking it up every time he talks, it's almost like a sine wave or whatever on the of noise.
Is it wired with UTP?
The cameras aren't.
Cable?
The cameras aren't wired. No, the cameras are wireless, so that's picking it up through the air.
Okay.
So, no, it's that tree. He's got to put that tree back up. Anyway, okay, number 10, right? All right, here we go. This is I actively participate and share my strong religious beliefs. Well, an atheist not going to have strong religious beliefs. I engage in the discussion and share my own mixed views on religion and spirituality.
Out of it. When I can.
Listen, I could pick a bunch of these, but I'm going to have to go with the skeptic at the bottom. I listen, but internally disagree and might subtly express my skepticism.
Yeah.
Being subtle about skepticism.
Yeah, that might.
But what I will find it interesting as to his reason, because if he wants to combine the two, but he can only pick one. So which one of those two do you think he's going to go for? I'm guessing it's the top one because it'll look more reasonable.
Yeah.
All right, we're betting on number 1.
Because I try to show charity to all, because Scripture commands me to do that. But I love having the conversation. I'm openly critical and often challenge their beliefs. Oh, it's between these first two. I'm going to go nice and go with the first one.
Yeah, he did.
And see what happens. I show respect. So how do I do? How much of an atheist are you? You are mega religious.
Well, there's a surprise.
At least he's not mega.
That certificate of proof, mega religious would terrify me. It would fucking terrify me. It just that would make. Well, what are you, an extremist?
But interesting. This is definition here. Again, tells you that it's written by someone who is religious.
Yeah, absolutely.
You find significant meaning, purpose, and guidance in your religious belief and practices.
Well, yeah, that was the answer to one of the questions. Basically, yeah.
What atheist would make a quiz like this?
Who knows? Yeah. I don't know who made it.
But like with the last question.
Yeah, this is suspect.
With the last question, like my dad is still pretty religious, and like now he arranged a thing at the church where a guy comes over that does Johnny Cash songs and made a whole thing around it. He wants me to come. Like, I've seen the dude. He does a goddamn good Johnny Cash, but I'm not going to church. Hell fucking no.
Oh, we've got.
I think my dad wouldn't want me there, because if anybody asks me why I've not been to church for so long, I'm gonna be fucking honest.
You think why? Do you think your skin will sizzle in there, or you'll start stamping your feet?
No.
Ooh, hallelujah, hallelujah, praise the Lord. What are you frightened of?
No,
it's a cold building with fucking boring ass people where you stand up and kneel a lot,
and where everybody knows my dad.
Bullshit from someone wearing a dress, from a man wearing a dress, and that's it. You do a bit of singing, and then you go to the pub. That's all church is.
Then you go to the pub. There you go.
Yeah, I go to church.
No, but then
to me, it's social.
But then it's like, why you don't go to church? And like,
I don't go every Sunday. I go like maybe bi-monthly once, and then I'll go to the pub. Go to the church. After past the church, I go to the pub. But it's a social thing. It's literally social, because that's where because I live in a tiny village. That's where everyone else goes.
Wait, haven't you noticed about me? I don't do social.
Well, yeah, true. But you have to,
to the spectrum.
And because it's a village church, and it's Church of England anyway, it does a lot for the village, for the upkeep of the village, and it houses like everything to do with the village. It all congregates at the church. And so what you have to do, you have to kneel, stand. I can't do that anyway. Now I'm in a wheelchair, but I just fucking, I just listen to the nonsense and quietly snigger. And I'll put a fiver in the collection plate, because I know at least 80% of that will go into the village and the upkeep of the village, which we've won Village of the Year twice now. I think the last time was 2009. Bit of shithole since I've moved in, of course. That's why we haven't won since. Oh, we got a spaz in a wheelchair in the village now. There goes the neighbourhood. I'm joking, of course. But I live in very rural Norfolk.
But this was an awesome quiz, and like for me, it's almost 2:00. So
this second quiz is really good. I think some of the questions I didn't like, but you had a whole range of spectrum that you can answer upon, so I didn't mind it so much. And it gives you that quadrant.
Oh, it's one of those agree disagrees.
Yeah, I wanted to look at this one. It's a shorter one. Those other ones are pretty long.
So do you have
40 questions?
Yeah. Link this quiz, guys.
Like I linked the first one is in the description. Yeah.
And I don't think the first question, religion is the first formal set of beliefs about no. Religion is immoral. If them 10 commandments are there, and they say, oh, it's subjective. It's not. It's objective. No, it's not. It's subjective. where religion's concerned, because you're learning to be. You're learning.
Well, if you
about
guys, it depends on y'all. If you wanna take a look at this one, or if you just want to call it brainless, you got to take off.
Yeah, I'm getting quite tired.
Yeah, you have a good one. Thanks for stopping by and joining us.
Yeah, you guys have a wonderful rest of your night.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
It was great hanging out with you.
And people, check out Slim Living Cyborg. Gonna be streaming on Monday again.
Okay.
Yeah, probably can drop a link somewhere.
I'll be there.
Good night.
I'll see you Monday.
All right, take care. Auf Verdoma.
So this guy strawman me so much that my straw caught on fire. Burning up. Oh, did you link the quiz? I'm not talking about his videos about the quiz, but where's the quiz?
Oh, the quiz itself? No, I think Scott had it though.
Yeah, I went to that website. It's called allthetests.com. And actually, I think I may have a link to it. I'll have to keep looking, but yeah, allthetests.com. And actually, also the guy, the pastor dude or the reformed dude, whatever his name is, has a link to it in the description of his video.
And there's a link for Slim Cyborg. Make sure you go over there and subscribe. Help him out. Go ahead, Mike.
Basically, okay, if it's all the tests, so they got somebody that they're paying $6 an hour to make up tests. I mean, it wasn't an atheist, and that's why it was so bad, I think.
Yeah, well, there's are you a Christian? Are you a good Christian? What denomination Christian? Things about heaven and hell. Yeah, he's got a bunch of different quizzes. But yeah, I kind of wanted to look at this one, but it's up to you. Do y'all want to hang around and look at this one, or what do you want to do?
I'm gonna pop out, guys.
All right.
I have a ribeye steak with my name on it.
Whatever you want to do, Dave, it's up to you.
So,
Mike.
Yeah, Dave, pull me out of the stream. I'm not sure if I leave, is it going to shut down on my channel? I don't know. So anyway, instead of me leaving the studio, just put me in the back room.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I can do that. I'll talk to you later.
Speed. Take care, Speed.
Bye.
All right, there. He's in the back room with the boomer in the back room.
I'm happy to go a bit longer.
You guys want to stay for a few?
Yeah, as long as you're doing it, I'll be here.
All right. Well, I'm going to take 5 then real quick and get a cup of tea.
Okay. Do you want to go back to that last comment? Is that possible? The last comment about the last test. I can read through that for 5 minutes while you're taking a break. There we go. Oh no, somebody put a comment about in his channel. Maybe it wasn't in the thing. Maybe it was something else you pulled up.
Yeah, no, that's this is the response.
Oh, that was it. Yeah, I'll read through that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll be back in. It takes about 2 minutes.
Okay, so Craig Kelly says, well, I have to disagree with your point that there is no such thing as unbiased. It seems that Mike's form of Christianity seems to work form. Don't know what that means.
Probably seems to work for him.
Oh, for him, maybe, yeah. Okay, yeah. The point of view of saying the Bible is true. The point of view saying the Bible is true, right? So that seems to be Mike, Pastor Mike. Okay, I get it. So based on this, he's trying to make the evidence to make it fit, which is backwards, because that's not how it works, as we pointed out. Do you realize that 99% of atheists, you are 99% atheists to other gods yourself, right? I mean, why is Thor not true? Why not believe in the Hindu gods, etc.? There is as much evidence for them as there is for the Christian God. I ask this question. I ask because this question makes me see your argument is seriously flawed. I mean, if you were born in the Middle East, you'd be a Muslim or a Buddhist, which, by the way, is at least 300 years older than the Christian faith. A little more than that, so they say. The only reason that Christianity is still practiced today is because of the Roman Empire influence on Europe using it. Otherwise, it would be more likely would have died out years ago. One thing one must also consider the influence of others on their choice of faith or lack of which, such as family background. If one was raised in a church or not as a result of being indoctrinated to have faith without questions, all of these factors make your assertions flawed in my view. What do you think, Doug Scott?
Oh, go ahead.
I agree. This pastor was incredibly biased and ignorant as well.
And hostile. Well, just he was hostile as well. All those, it's kind of a passive aggressive form of hostility.
Well, I mean,
stuff.
Yeah, and going back to one of the questions, atheists are rude. I agree with that as well, because the custard pie fight that is Twitter, I often got riled up with Chris and I actually thought, what's atheism doing to me? So I sort of stepped back from that sort of scene, the atheist scene, because I was very active, especially on Twitter and on YouTube once upon a time, on other channels, as an active atheist. But I just, they just became hateful as well as the Christians. And you can have atheist extremists as well as Christian extremists, but you can be extreme right or left on liberal or conservative on any side of any subject of any belief system or anything.
Yeah, the same individual on social media can be really rude in one or two comments, but most of the other time, just be totally pleasant,
Yeah, and Twitter, as X,
yeah.
It's called, I know that moron his name, why he named. It's just, since he's removed, you can say anything you want with no repercussion whatsoever,
unless you offend Musk.
That place is just the worst now, and it's bleeding subscribers, and I don't know why. I wanted to use Facebook, but I won't go there either.
Yeah, okay. So I had a chat with a theist the other day. He was a lovely man, and I got no problems with him, etc., etc. But when we were talking, I pointed out that one of the arguments that he made was an argument from ignorance, and we spent the next 40 minutes. There were 3 atheists in there. We spent the next 40 minutes telling him that didn't mean we were calling him ignorant.
Right.
And that's some of the problem, right? Is that the language by which you use can seem to you to be perfectly reasonable, but of course, if they're determined to be insulted because you're challenging that one of their core beliefs, there's nothing you can say which is going to convince them that you weren't being right. They're just going to take it all the way.
If they're looking for verbal sparring, they're going to find verbal sparring, or they're going to find offense. Something
they're going to find offense, exactly. So
also,
I think it's what like the word terrorist, right? Where they say one man terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. I also think one man's belief is another man's disbelief. So,
or heresy.
Heresy. There you go. That's a better way of putting it.
Also,
I'm going to just be AFK for a minute.
Okay. I was also thinking earlier.
Go on. Sorry.
I was just saying earlier today. I was thinking and talking to. I might have been talking to Dave about that, but that it seems like in this level of discourse, not everybody is on equal footing in terms of the information and knowledge they've been trained on or have accumulated. So that if you're not familiar with the rules of logic and haven't watched 16 to 20 logical fallacy YouTube videos, argument from ignorance just might feel like an insult because, you know, in the South, you don't want to be called ignorant. You know, ignorant is a bad thing. That's insulting words. And so there's that to escape. And you have to do that on an individual basis. And that can really get you bogged down, as, you know, as was described just now, having to explain that argument from ignorance doesn't mean you're an ignorant person or that you're willfully ignorant or that you have ill intent or something like that.
It's like, I've always believed that, you know, religion it's a personal thing. It's a personal matter between you and because there's tens of thousands of different forms of Christianity in America alone. And each of them, they're always, you see them on the internet, in forums and Reddit and things like that. With these different evangelical and whatever Presbyterian, they start arguing with each other. They have different views of what the Bible is. But then it's not that. The religion itself is personal. But if you come onto a forum and start spouting your personal beliefs, prepare to be criticized, dude. Prepare for that. Yep. And if you think that isn't going to happen in a world of a multitude of different beliefs and different people and atheists and someone will always disagree with your view of the world, always. And that's it. You're going to get criticized. Don't post it. Just keep it to yourself. Pray like you do. You know, kneel at the end of your bed or whatever you do you know, pray your little mile, whatever you do. I don't know. I don't care. You know, each to their own.
Or turn off the comments. Turn off the comments.
Yeah. A lot of people do that. They're the hateful ones, though, who spout so much so far-fetched nonsense that they have there and who can't deal with criticism. Yeah, just don't post your crap. Don't post your crap, your personal crap about your worldview if you're not prepared to be criticized, because that is ignorant.
That'll get you a response video too. Let me tell you, it got the comments section turned off, and it's like, oh, you're going to get a response video now.
Absolutely, and you'll get tagged in the video itself.
Okay, I got my tea, and yeah, we'll roll through this one pretty quickly, and then we'll wrap it up because I thought his answers to this were pretty interesting. So I think most of it will speak for itself. I think Scott will agree. I think Scott took a peek at it.
I didn't watch the video, the reaction video, but I did participate in the quiz on my own, and it's a really good survey, you know, for what it is.
Yeah, this is the same channel.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still Pastor Doug. So here we go.
Science and religion. Where do you stand? So we're going to wander through this, and you can play along at home. As always, I argue you learn more about the person asking the question than necessarily yourself, but it's good to ask yourself questions. I like how this poll is done because you can give various shades of answer from totally agree to totally disagree. And these questions, there's about 40. That's kind of long, so I'm going to try to do them quickly, but it looks interesting, so let's play. Number 1, religion is first and foremost a set of beliefs about morality. I strongly disagree. Religion is about the revelation of God's will.
Well, that was too quick. I couldn't even stop it before he moved it. Hold on. There we go.
We know where this one's going to go as well. We know he's biased and a little ignorant as well.
Well, I disagreed with that question simply because you know that religion is also about community. It's also about tying together all sorts of things about the world to help make it seem coherent and seem controllable. So yeah, there's just many more dimensions to religion that I just would strongly disagree because this is not what it's first and foremost about. That sounds like Dave is going.
Hey, Dave's on overtime. It's over 8 o'clock. He told me he goes between 7 and 8. So
Sparky must have found a new friend.
I'll have to. I'll catch him on his next walk.
There's a kid's book in that, isn't there? Sparky found a friend. There's a kid's book in there.
Well, he did what he could. I mean, I talked to him on the phone, and he did this and that and everything, and so yeah, I just got to get a little shielding on my end. I think I'll be all right.
Yeah.
So we'll fix it up.
Well, if you want to fix the Bible, just change in the beginning to "Once upon a time" fixed. Done.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. So, religion is first and foremost a set of beliefs about morality. First and foremost, the most important thing is morals. I don't think so.
Yeah, I actually would agree with this one, and not strongly or whatever, just the number one agree. Simply because, like Ricky Gervais said, God is created to be the watcher for humanity in the sky, and that is what keeps people honest in general. And like Ricky Gervais said, I should say, one of the reasons
is it to be good or to go to heaven, though?
One of the reasons his mum said that she wanted him to believe in it was because Jesus was a better
All right, Dave. Yeehaw. I hope Dave hears me back. See, I hear computer. I heard him say computer, and I think he might be picking me up back. That, hey, Dave.
Or do you think he's commenting on question number one? Yeah. Line of sight. See, he's talking about me. I think he's picking me up. So, all right. So first and foremost, I don't know. I'm torn. What? And Simos, you lean a little bit the one way. What about the rest of you? I said I disagree.
I would disagree.
Yeah.
Because I think there's more to it. A lot of religions weren't really about morality. They were about making sure that the crops grow But that's. I guess the question is about what it is today.
There's a whole lot of other extraterrestrial bullshit that goes with the Bible, not just morality. And morality, anyway, is mentioned. Yeah, probably two of the Ten Commandments are basically is what we use today. Steal and kill. Thou shalt not. All the rest is just God saying, "Oh, love me," and the last one's fucking thought crimes. Thou shalt not covet.
Yeah.
You shouldn't think about it. What the fuck? He's even in your head. He's watching you poo. He's watching you have a wank. This man's a fucking monster. Well, so I disagree. There's a lot in the Bible.
There's a lot of missed opportunities. Yeah, the Ten Commandments they're full of a lot of nonsense. There's a lot of missed opportunities in there. Yeah, I swung my boom mic over, and I could hear him louder and quieter. So yeah, it's definitely my microphone wire picking it up. So I've isolated which wire it is, so I will do something about it, because let me see if I can bring it over this way.
Do you have a mic on your computer?
That sounded better, Dave. That sounded better.
I moved the wire. We'll see if moving the wire helps.
It's a lot quieter now.
Yeah. Well, I know which wire it is. It's definitely on the mic, so we'll take care of it. Anyway, so okay. Well, then we pretty much agree then. All right, we'll go to the next one then.
After Darwin, belief in God is no longer needed.
Uh-oh. There's that word.
I disagree with that as well.
Well, the second half of that thing, belief in God is no longer needed. It reminds me of that that quote from some mathematician named Laplace, who told Napoleon, when Napoleon asked about his, where is God in your mathematics, he says, I don't have a need for that hypothesis.
If the religious leaders and the top scientists got together and they made this like a ruling and said, because this is true, and evolution is shown, well, there's mountains of evidence that says it's right, is shown to be, and they listen to it and they'll say, yeah, there is no God. We don't need God now because we know how, we evolved from single-celled organisms, from amino acids or whatever. These but I think there's a lot of people out there who are hurting, who do believe in God, and they do need God. So I disagree for that reason, that people need that belief to make themselves feel better, if you can understand that, to make themselves, function in a world.
I don't think it's
Darwin belief in God and Darwin and belief in God aren't causal or whatever. I mean, they're two independent phenomenon. And
I don't think it's Darwin. I think it's earlier than that. I think it's Spinoza.
Okay.
Spinoza, Locke, and Hume possibly together, but mainly Spinoza. After Spinoza, it's no longer needed.
There's lots of people
that allowed European thinking, independent thinking to take off, and I think that was the first description of a moral system without God in it. So,
you could say about Galileo as well, can't you? And that's
no, Spinoza.
Wasn't the real affront of Darwinism and previous, previous to him, or other evolutionary concepts that animal species change? Wasn't that the real affront? Not necessarily that God didn't create them. It's just that a belief had been real strong that animals did not evolve or change, and there wasn't enough time for them to do so anyway. And that was the real affront, but.
Yeah, kind of. So I think it was that with Darwin in particular, it was the fact that before that, it was a clockwork universe. Everything was determined, and that was perfectly in keeping with Genesis and the creation of the animals, etc. And God made man on the last day, which it seemed to be, of course. But with Darwin, he explained a mechanism by which the diversity of life could be explained through natural selection.
Yeah.
So that directly countermands the Bible's like explanation for how life it got so diverse, right?
Oh, and then came young Earth creationists, the Ken Hams and your Ken Hovers, who basically put flat Earth stupid into religion. They seriously did. You get what's Hoving guy? Oh, you'll never see a pine tree giving birth to a dog and all this shit. All that nonsense. In Ken Ham's Ark Encounter Museum, where he's got kids riding dinosaurs and things like that. I mean, totally just ridiculous nonsense. This is, they'll always move the goalposts just to suit them. And
they accept evolution. If you listen to Ken Ham and Ken Hovind both, they'll accept a lot of things. It all comes down to they don't want humans to be another species or animal. That's a real big sticking point, And my grandma wasn't no orangutan or whatever the comment is, right? That's the big sticking point. I think a lot of them can accept that wolves evolved into dogs and all these things. Everything's fine until you get, and then humans. No, wait a minute. No. Humans are specially created. They're unique, even though, as any biology student will learn, it's all very similar on the inside, just mixed around in different ways, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it was noticed not just by Darwin, it was noticed before Darwin that there was likely to be a common ancestor for humans with the chimps. and it was also noticed that we were likely to come from Africa. All of that was noticed before Darwin, although Darwin gave the mechanism for it and specifically said, due to the fossil evidence, that we were likely to have originated in Africa as a species.
And Darwin could just be explaining how God did it. So you can still believe in God, and again, the majority of religious people accept things like evolution, well-established science, and still believe. They still go to church, they still pray. So belief in God is no longer needed. I'm going to lean all the way over with the disagree end on this one.
Well, that would be a better explanation that God did create these amino acids that would abundantly grow into animal, plant, and bacterial life. That would be more believable than God fucking took a rib and made a bloke out of a bit.
Yeah,
of
more within the naturalistic. Yeah, within the naturalistic world. Yeah, right. That's more leading the deism argument that somebody asked earlier. That okay, it's just kind of set in motion and then it just sits back and watches. Right.
That's all they can do now, isn't it? And try and justify. The book that is abundantly wrong in so many ways.
Yeah, and I think that's why I'm going to lean slightly agree with this one, because what Darwin particularly did was show that the creation account is false, literally false. So, and in order to get that belief in religion still to be necessary, you have to start reading metaphorically, and I think that metaphorical change in the reading of the account of creation is what makes God no longer needed.
Yeah, that's how I see it. But on the other, when I explained, if they all got together and there had to be a yes or no answer, then I disagree. I totally disagree, unless that was if that was on the table with the religious leaders and definitely saying no, God is no longer needed. But yeah, I'll go with the needed bit.
Yeah, I never need to make that decision because it wasn't like I was a believer in the first place. So, it depends whether you're a believer or not in the first place.
Well, I think
otherwise it's just like, okay, that's what Darwin, and so.
Hey, guys, I think I'm going to have to go. My Benadryl that I took earlier to keep from having a headache is really blasting me. So I don't want y'all to hear my head crashing against the keyboard.
Thank you, Scott.
All right.
Have a good lie down, mate.
Take care, Scott.
Have a good evening. All right, Scott.
Bye, y'all.
Yeah, well, this is only going to be a few more minutes anyway, so I just wanted to do this one just because it was interesting to hear his comments. Yeah. So we'll roll through it here and we'll wrap things up.
Completely disagree with that. That's crazy. The stories in holy books like the Bible, the Word of God, or the Quran, a false book, are not supposed to be taken literally. Totally disagree. Yeah.
Totally agree.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yeah, again, yeah. That's the problem we run into is, and not only taking it literally, but taking an English translation interpretation of what they think is supposed to be literal, right? Yeah, I mean, it gets real mucky real quick, doesn't it?
Yeah. That's why you have tens of thousands of different Christian beliefs.
And all the different... Yeah.
They all take it differently.
Yeah. I mean, again, you only take it literally if you are a fundamentalist, right? So what I'm saying is, in order to hold on to some semblance of reasonableness, you have to take it metaphorically. So that's why I would say I agree slightly.
We got Stephanie stopping by. Hello, Stephanie.
Hello.
And if I didn't say hey to Jasper, hi, Jasper.
Hey, Jasper. I meant to say.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, again, I compare the Bible and I suppose the Quran too. To like Aesop's fables, right? There's lessons in there. But did the animals really talk? Well, that's not the meaning of the story, is it? Right? It's never everybody gather around, right? The great golden calf is going to speak, right? Golden calf, speak forth all this great wisdom. That's not the story, right? That's not the idea of the story, is the animal talking. That is not supposed to be taken literally.
Well, it's like them taking the apple from the talking snake. It's not about the talking snake. It's about the question of obedience. You're going to break that obedience or not?
The temptation,
Yeah, temptation, obedience. He told you not to eat from it, but you did.
Yes.
So there you go. Crack on. You have two sons. One murders another, and now you're banished from the Garden of Eden, where the only 3 people in the earth bumped into hundreds of people all over the place wearing clothes and not fig leaves. Fucking nonsensical. But
I would never do that, Stephanie. I'll always have a good time over at Stephanie's channel, and Stephanie was on a Grassman Chronicles episode with me. We had a great time, and it's a well-viewed video, and Stephanie's always welcome over here. Yeah, Stephanie's a believer, but Stephanie is very civil. I mean, to a point of laughter and having a good time. And of course, with anybody, you don't want to cross the line and say it's some stupid and piss somebody off. But otherwise, yeah, good time over there talking with Stephanie and everybody.
Nice.
So yeah, nope. We're gonna disagree on this one, Doug. It looked like we were gonna agree, and then we're back to disagreeing again.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Now, if there's poetry and the thing says, it's not supposed to be taken literally, it's a figurative, the scripture does, that does happen. But you're supposed to read the Holy Scriptures literally. So let's move on. The more science reveals about the universe, the more likely it seems that there is a divine force behind it. I'm going to go agree.
Oh.
But yeah, if you're a believer, you're going to agree it. If you're a non-believer, you're not going to agree.
Oh, disagree.
Yep, I completely agree. I mean, I would neither disagree or agree really, because again, we're not really saying what a divine force is. Okay, that's could be some kind of deistic god, in which case if it's unfalsifiable, science is going to say nothing about it. So I would have to say I'm bang smack in the middle on this one.
Yeah. Okay.
Strongly agree, but not completely agree. What's this level? This is strongly agree as opposed to totally, because natural revelation does speak about God, as we read in Romans chapter 1, but we need that.
He's quoting the Bible.
Let's look at the trees. It's natural revelation.
Yeah, look at the trees.
Yeah.
A flower.
And again, though, that doesn't prove your God. Even if it proved somebody created it, this divine creator, you still have the burden of proof. I think Christopher Hitchens was famous for this. That still doesn't get you to your God.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You still have to get it to your God. You still have that burden of proof.
Rip, Chris.
100%.
Revelation. We need God speaking to us directly. So let's move on. Number 5. Science is the only way of getting reliable knowledge.
No, it's not the only way. It's just one of the best ways. Yeah. But again, if you want to learn how to spell, right, then science is not going to do it for you. You need to read to do that. You need to be taught the alphabet. If you want to learn to do mathematics, science is not really going to do that for you. You need to learn your times tables. You need to learn the fundamental axioms. So
then you can use science a lot better.
Then that may well be the case. But
the
point
is, there's look at the trees. There's look at the trees right there. We spoke of look at the trees, and there he appears.
Okay,
it's a miracle.
So that's not the only type of knowledge. But is it the best way to find knowledge about the external world? It's the best way of getting reliable knowledge about the external world. but that's not the only type of knowledge.
And this was similar to one of the questions earlier, and I think we all agreed, and Leo too, that, you know, yeah, that it's not the only way, but for certain things, it's a very reliable thing. So yeah, we can totally disagree, but with the there are other ways that I think we all agreed on in the other questions. I think that might have been one of the things we agreed on with Pastor Doug there. So
again, it's too vague a question.
But
it's not specifying what type of knowledge. Knowledge about the external world. I totally agree.
The pastor's also going to totally disagree, because he's going to say, "Oh, the Bible is knowledge." He's going to totally misconstrue that.
But the point is, he thinks the Bible.
It's factual history. Yeah.
He thinks the Bible gives you knowledge about the external world. Right. That's where we're disagreeing. Right. So.
Yeah, he's a hardliner on it being factual history. When he mentions Jesus, he says something. It's a fact of history, and again, I can grant you a Jesus, but that doesn't grant you the supernatural parts. So, and I think
in Mexico.
Yeah. And they want you to say, you know, well, yeah, Jesus could exist. And then you go, well, then you accept the Bible right away, right? And it's like, no, that's totally different thing. And, you know, often history is written by the victors, right? You don't always get the other side of the story, right? So, you know, there's a meme that goes around. We don't get Satan's side of the story, right?
Yeah.
You're only getting one side of the story here. So
it's like the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You get both sides of a fucking story there. They all differ. They all have different recounts of this inane book or inane Jesus thing. And it was mainly women that saw Jesus anyway after he died. Probably his lovely blonde hair and blue eyes and 6'6" demeanor that they missed.
Well, and again, there's you know, the spin zone to get that to work, that it's like, well, that's because people wrote it down, and that proves that it's more accurate because they don't all match. However, you counter with, but wasn't the Holy Spirit guiding them? In other words, God was guiding their hand when they wrote these stories differently. So I never saw that as a winning argument for why the stories are different.
Well, I believe the story was just recounted by Paul, wasn't it? And
oh yeah, sure. People doing it is fine, but if you're gonna say that the Bible is, when they say the Bible is divinely inspired, they say, of course, God didn't write the book, right? Man did, but it's inspired by God, right? So somehow God is working through you to get the ink on paper, right?
That's right. But
so if stories are different, he told people the stories differently.
Well, that's right. And because with Paul, you know, he got a vision of Jesus on the road to Damascus, or so they say, or so he says.
Right.
And he did some investigative journalism, because the Gospels themselves have been long gone. So he used hearsay and, you know, and word of mouth and he investigated and thought, well, yeah, I've got an idea of the story now, how each of them saw it. And you're going to get a bunch of nonsense, obviously, when it eventually you put it to paper. You are going to get nonsense, because no one knows what really happened. Everyone was dead and died. You know, did he walk on water or didn't he walk on water? Or did he just do a simple magic card trick and say, is that your card? It's a miracle. It's magic. You know, it could have been any of that shit.
And I lean towards like a Jeffersonian Bible, right, where you can tell the story about somebody that was a great person without involving the supernatural, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But as the oral traditions go, everybody likes a good story. So Jesus is a nice guy. Oh yeah, that's that's kind of a weak story, man. You know, we ain't got no TV or nothing or internet, or we just sit around the campfire telling stories, right? So you need a good story. So
why didn't he condone the Old Testament? He sort of agreed with it, didn't he? Probably the most barbaric book ever written.
Sure, because those people already believed in it, and they're telling the story from that perspective. So, of course, why didn't Jesus change his mind? Well, because they weren't going to change their minds. They were just telling the story, and, you know, often repeated is, you know, Old Testament stories are paralleled in the New Testament, and they'll say that proves prophecy or something, and it's like, no, it proves that they're citing the Old Testament. You know, they knew that they were, a lot of them were Jewish. Of course, they're citing the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm.
Completely. I'm going to say strongly disagree. You do get knowledge through science, but you need revelation. And science, of course, and religion are not opposed to each other. I should say the faith.
I would say you don't need revelation because people of other faiths or of no faith, wherever you're around in the world, can repeat science without having your revelation.
Science is a beautiful way of pursuing some information, but it's a limited way of finding knowledge, as opposed to, of course, the faith is the foundation of knowledge. So science is the only way of getting reliable knowledge. A strong disagree, because you can get knowledge from science, but it's, again, limited, and it's a secondary thing. Miracles are...
Again, we're going to mostly agree there. So miracles are an essential part of religion. Where do you think he's going to go with this?
I think he's going to go, yes, strongly agree, because it's like the flat earthers. When they get questioned and they get to a point where they can't answer, along came fucking Tataria next, you know, or with this, if we get rid of gravity, then we don't have to answer. All that shit. This is basically what miracles is.
I think he's going to agree because obviously his religion relies on one central miracle, so he's going to totally agree.
Yeah.
However, if he was being honest and saying, well, my religion does totally agrees, but of course not all religions have to have miracles. So therefore I neither agree nor disagree. But of course, because he believes there's only one true religion, he will totally agree. I totally disagree.
Well, I say I've seen these, so I know. And you touched on it. The big miracle is, of course, Jesus' resurrection. So.
Yeah. Essential part of religion. I'm going to say. See, you got to define miracles here. Yeah, the quick answer is going to be totally agree, because obviously if the resurrection is a miracle, then that's fundamentally required. But defining this word is interesting, because if you define miracles as contrary to the laws of nature, that's a bad definition of miracle. Miracle is an act
it's not
of God.
Bad. It's not a bad definition, right? It's just a definition which is difficult to square away with any belief in science.
But I think too he has to understand that this is obviously the context of the discussion, right? Mm. So if we're talking about miracles, we're from the religious point and from the atheist response, we're both thinking about the same thing. We're not thinking about, you know, it was a miracle that the doctor cured my child, right?
Yeah.
Which of course is miraculous for you if your child was cured, and that's wonderful, you know.
Yeah.
We're there, so it's no.
Well, he needs to conflate those two things,
right?
Because if he answers miracles are some supernatural agent intervening with the world, that leaves a door for science disproving God.
That's where we're at.
He really cannot open. He just cannot have that door opened. So he will have to say miracles are just extremely rare happenings. Anyway, carry on. I'm just
that's what we found out about Jim Bob's arguments. When he gets out of the religious explanation, he just invokes miracle.
Yeah.
I don't have to explain anything. It's in my book. it's a miracle, and that's it. And so
Yeah,
he
well,
doesn't
but
have to argue any of it.
Well, you can press him on that and say, well, what is a miracle? What's the definition? Is it
Yeah.
something outside of the laws of nature?
But see, at the same time, he wants anybody he's talking to explain all of science, okay? Everything. You have to know everything about everything. But if you ask him, well, what's your explanation for, one of the Bible stories? Well, it's a miracle. I don't have to explain anything.
Well, yeah, I mean,
and it's like, wow, that's an easy pass for you.
Well, you get him to explain what a miracle is, because I bet you he can't do it.
I'm just going to use it back. It's a miracle. How does evolution work? It's a miracle.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like,
I don't have to explain anything. It's a miracle.
he can't explain what a miracle is. So,
yeah.
Where do you go? I mean, what level do you think you can't not explain something?
Yeah,
whatever level that is, why can't we do the same thing?
That word can be used very ingeniously, let's say.
Yeah. It's a miracle. It doesn't use supernaturalism.
I don't think it can be used ingeniously, because if you want to say it's just a very rare natural happening, right? Well, that means science can investigate it.
Yeah.
That means God is potentially falsifiable. And if you want to say that, then science disagrees, because there's no evidence in science for a God. Science can't operate.
Just last night, some of the folks around here were seeing the Northern Lights, which is a rarity around here. And people were out going, wow, this is amazing and everything. It's miraculous because it doesn't happen around here, right?
It's not. It's just that the sun has been given out pretty much non-stop action recently. The sun's been very busy.
Busy sun. Yep.
Yeah. So the 2 points are: it's either something which is natural, in which case, however rare it is, science can investigate it, or it's something that's supernatural, in which case science can't disprove it. And which one do you think they're going to go for? Obviously, they're going to go for science can't disprove it, because they don't want there to be any conflict between resurrections, for which we have no scientific evidence, right? In which case we can say, look, by Hume's idea of a miracle is correct. Because that's the problem. That's the essential problem. Is if they're saying miracles are natural, then they're subject to the Hume's objection. And there is no answer to Hume's objection of saying what's more likely. Right? Is it more likely that the miracle happened, or is it more likely that somebody misreported it? Well, people misreport stuff all the time. That's much more likely than it is than a miracle actually happened, even if it's an extremely rare thing, right?
And faith healers like Benny Hinn are the first ones to run to the ER when they have chest pains.
Of course they are.
Oh yeah.
They aren't praying. They aren't calling in another faith healer. They're not faith healing themselves. They're not calling upon Jesus. They're lickety split to the ER.
That's what I said earlier. They cry for science when they're in trouble.
Yeah, and I don't wish anybody. I mean, you don't wish anybody ill will, but it is kind of like. No medicine for you, right? You've been bad mouthing the doctors for 20 years on TV and filling these mega churches, whatever your venues are. No doctor for you, right? Of course, we're just being not being serious, but it's really bothersome that he deceives people and everything. And some of these people, could actually be harmed. They're not going to the doctor like they should. They're not taking their meds like they should because this guy healed me, right? And these are the lines that are crossed by religious people that are actually doing harm to others. And I don't care how much you believe. There's a reason we give doctors licenses and they have to be insured and all these rules and regulations to try and keep the honorable ones in there that are in check, right? And setting yourself up like this as a faith healer is really disgusting.
Yeah,
but anyway,
you get these like your Robert Tiltons and then televangelists, your Kenneth Copelands, who literally take a person's total budget for medicine just to pray for them, and they don't care about your life at all.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to pray your cancer away. Just send me all your money, and they do, gullibly.
James, one more thing on it, Robert. James Randi told a story after they busted that televangelist on the radio and everything. They were going through the dumpster behind his place, and it was filled with small amount checks. Because if you just, had a couple dollars, you're on a fixed income, and you wrote him a check for a couple dollars, they didn't even bother cashing them. They were just throwing them in the dumpster. That's how little they care about any of that.
That was Robert Tilton, the farting preacher.
Yeah. Just totally, these people give you money and your check isn't got enough zeros on it. They just throw it in the garbage. That's how little they actually care.
Yeah.
God's power. So, but how they're using it, I'm going to go totally agree. I'm guessing. Science is not affected by bias.
Everybody has bias. That's why you have the scientific method, so that you can repeat things. Yeah. And so if you have different religions or none at all, if you can repeat experiments around the world, that is good science.
He literally scoffs at it, though. You see him just... He doesn't believe in science whatsoever. Yeah, he's doing this quiz on a fucking computer. When did God drop one of them on the planet?
Yeah, I always point that out. Yeah, you're on the internet bad-mouthing science. That's what always bothered me about Ken Ham and the rest of them. It's like, you're real fine to use the internet, aren't you? And that's one of those things. You just want to say, no internet for you, right?
Yeah.
All you do is let's call it abuse it by bad mouthing scientists. Yeah. Nope. Take away your internet card, right? And in this day and age, if you extend that to everything computerized, you want to talk about being SOL. Almost everything is computerized now. Almost everything. Your stove, your toaster, everything.
Yeah. And if you took science out of the equation, if we had the ability to say, okay, here's a world without science and show people, I think after a month, 2% of humanity would survive. I think everyone would tear their hair out. They wouldn't be able to do anything.
Just growing enough food for everybody and have potable water and everything. Yeah, right. Just right there. So many people would be out of luck if it wasn't for basic science. Yeah.
There'd be no way to keep your food chilled or even cook it in some cases, and you couldn't have your cup of tea. That's enough to just fucking do whatever.
Oh yeah, we've all been there. Yeah, like I say, you get the power knocked out for a couple hours, and all of a sudden you're like, "What do I do?" Right? Like I want to make a cup of tea, and I'm like, "Oh crap!" I can't warm up any tea. And you walk into the bathroom and you flick the light switch, and you're like, "Oh yeah, no power. Give me a flashlight." Right? I gotta go to the bathroom. Right? You feel it real quick just for that hopefully a couple hours only. Yeah
you'd be digging a hole with a bit of plank because they or a copper sort of scoop so you can poop in it, bury it again, and they're ridiculous, these people. They don't think that, they just say, science doesn't work because it doesn't work with my religion.
Unless it's something that agrees with it, because like we like to point out, a lot of the creationists disagree with dating methods, right? Unless they find a Bible artifact that's been dated to a certain time, then it's okay. right? Then they're all for the science because it's on their side.
Well, yeah, the religious believe in. I know the Muslims still do it. That your parents pick your spouse for you. Like the Muslims still do it. Oh, which one's mine, Dad? It's over there, and there's like 10 women all wearing fake hijabs. Oh yes, yes, that's gorgeous. You know, you just can't make this shit up. But that's what they do. And I believe there's still a part in America where, with the parents' permission, a young girl who's reached the age of puberty can be married with her parents' permission.
Somebody was just talking about that yesterday. It's only 10 states that have passed something against it. There are
it's mainly
those working on doing it across the country, but in 40 of our states, it's still legal. So,
but with the parents, parents' consent, of course.
Yeah,
just to make it, to make it utterly like non-ridiculous, because the parents have consented to is your little girl who should be still riding their pedal bike on the street and playing with dolls.
Exactly.
Is marrying a 40-year-old paedophile. Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get
but there's laws about atheists not running for office too. So,
see, I got that thousands of years ago. You know, when a person became sexually active, like when a girl reaches puberty and has her first period, I can understand that. You know, survival of the fittest, and populating the species and that. But now we're in a secular side, and we literally know what children are. We know they're uneducated. We educate them now till they're 18 years old.
Yeah.
So we know what a child is. We're not stupid people. We don't. We put laws that they can't drink or smoke because it's bad for them. They don't know.
It's always trying to drag the religious, and they're kicking and screaming, right? And we got to trying to drag them along, right? And then begrudgingly, they slowly accept some things as time goes along. And, the church, to its credit, has come out and, accepted a lot of science and stuff, which a lot of the evangelicals and stuff are at odds with about the church. Mm-hmm. But the only way that they can survive ultimately, especially with the religions that have declining numbers, is you have to moderate, right? You cannot keep excluding people and condemning people and expect to have a bunch of people in the seats taking it every week. It's a different time, and like anything else, you have to adjust with the time, and religions have adjusted. But if you notice that I mentioned earlier, it's the death throes, they've hit a wall. The new catchphrase over at Ken Ham's place is zero tolerance, right? They don't want to move anymore, right? They're trying to make a stand. And they see it too, the declining numbers. They don't have their power anymore, and they're worried about it. And that's why they're just getting really ugly these days, going after groups of people and all the other nonsense they're doing, is because they're worried. They're worried about losing their power.
Oh yeah, it's all power and control with them. That's all it is. It's just despicable behavior from human beings anyway.
Yeah, and they try to, it's not me saying it, it's my book saying it excuse, and that again is always open to interpretation and everything else, and it's again just terrible behavior, and you're trying to excuse it. But science is not affected by bias. I'll say it again, one of my first videos I ever did was with Adam, who worked at the university in Israel, a very holy and religious place with a lot of religious people. It doesn't come up when you're doing science because you're not testing God, okay? You're testing whatever field you work in. If it's biology and you're dissecting a frog, that's what you're doing, okay? If you're figuring out nuclear physics, that's what you're doing. And if you leave there or you have to take a break and go do your daily prayers, you go do your prayers, you come back, and you're doing science. It doesn't affect it unless you're using the worldview argument. There's no worldview in the lab, though.
Well, this is it, and that sort of reinforces my statement about religion or your beliefs is deeply personal. No one should tell you what you believe or how you believe it. No. You can get the gist of the story and go to these.
But you need to be told what the periodic table is, though. There's a difference. You know what I mean? Yeah. You can't say, well, I'm going to pick and choose from the periodic table. There's that total difference here of you can have all the bias you want. The elements are still on the periodic table, right? Bias away, okay?
Well, yeah.
Because it's not going to change anything. Yeah.
Well, the principle of science is the only thing that never changes, does it? It can't change because it's the principle. That's how it works. That's how science works. Hypothesize, test, and and demonstrate and all that stuff. But science itself changes. The principles don't, but everything is evolving all the time.
And a new and better answers are what science is, because the old saying is built on the shoulders of giants, right? Yeah. It's cumulative, it's exponential, and all those things. So, and like with gravitational waves that Einstein predicted, there wasn't any technology to detect them. So, sometimes you can be dead and gone, maybe generations upon generations before there's ever technology to test any of these people's theories. That's just the way it is.
True.
But, I know you can have all the bias you want, but can you repeat somebody else's experiment? Can I repeat it? Can we all repeat it? Can we all mix the same things together or put the same things into a particle accelerator and get the same results? Then it's good science. It doesn't matter what you believe or not. So I'm going to be on the total other end on here, that it doesn't matter what your bias is. It's not going to change the results.
Nope.
Unless you intentionally do it. And then obviously I'm trying to talk about a good test, but yeah, if you obviously want to intentionally skew your results and make a bad test, well, you're a bad scientist, so you're out of the equation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd just say that, of course, scientists have bias, and that's the reason that we go through the peer review process, to allow many other scientists to check the work and find out whether their bias counteracts your bias, or whether the science is done objectively, in the sense of the data is collected objectively and is done without bias, which is the important part. So yeah, science is affected by bias, but it doesn't end up having a problem, because other scientists have to also do the same and achieve the same results in order for it to be shown to be good science. So I agree exactly with what Dave said, and that's just my 2 pennies.
Well, that's how it works logically, you see. You cannot change that principle at all. It has to be tested. I mean, most people try and disprove their own theories or their own experiments, and they said, "Oh, it works. I'm going to try and disprove that now," just to make sure. Well, it's just repeating the experiment over and over again. But it does need peer review. It always needs peer review to make sure from around the world, because it works the same all around the world.
And so the bigger
scientists all around the world will test your experiment and verify that it's worked. Then you can move on to something else. Either expand upon your theory, do something else with it. What can be done with it with I've worked out if I electrify this bit of metal, it turns into a magnet. And look what we do with magnets now, because they've just expanded on what a magnet is. a magnetic field. You know, we've worked all that out. And you get magnets for everything now. Everything's magnetized.
And it works. It doesn't matter.
Sparky across your way. He's obviously magnetized. We're all that electric field around them.
Well, that's part of the argument. They want again trying to level the field. Because the religious people are all sitting there agreeing with each other. They want to say that the scientists are all sitting there and agreeing with each other. When in reality, especially the bigger the name or the bigger the claim, the more peer review is going to come out of the woodwork trying to disprove you. So they're actively trying to disprove things, and if they can't, that's good science. It doesn't necessarily mean they're proving it. It means you can't disprove it. So it stands for the time being. Now, if somebody comes along and does better science, that's great. That's not a bad thing. And they always want to, like I said earlier, something changed, or they disproved something, or they found out this fossil's really another 100,000 years older than they thought it was. That changes all of science. And it's like, no, it doesn't. It builds upon the knowledge base. It's a good thing. It's not the bad thing they want to set it up to be.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're going to disagree on this one. Sorry, Pastor Doug.
Bias. Totally disagree with that. Of course, it's affected by bias. Just listen to scientists argue. The more we
arguing is good. That he's just pointing out that that's a good way to eliminate bias, right?
Yep.
If they have different opinions and they're arguing, that's good. We don't want them all sitting around going, "Oh, sure, whatever scientist Doug says, sure, I'm just going to sign off on it." No, we don't want that. We don't want that.
It's a very good example, actually. There was an experiment back in 2015, I think, or 2014, where somebody showed that a particle moved faster than the speed of light, which by Einstein's theory was not supposed to happen. And when they came out, they released the data. They came out and said, "This is our data. We think this has happened." But they put it out with a caveat saying that they would go back and check it because it's such an unusual result. Most of the community said there must be some mistake in the data because we have strong confidence in the theory that says that nothing can move faster than the speed of light. However, nobody's outrightly said it must be false, right? So even though we had a strong bias in favor of Einstein's theory, none of the scientists came out and said it must be, therefore it must be false. That would be a case of bias, right? And they didn't do that. However, a lot of people said it's unlikely to be true. There's probably a mistake for the same reason that Hume puts forward what's more likely. And of course, it was later shown a team in America showed that the result must be false. And then it was backed up by them setting up the experiment and redoing the experiment to show that they, in fact, had made a misreading with the data. So there you go. That shows you exactly how science works, right? Even if something completely disagrees with the consensus, people still don't say it's wrong until it's been checked. All right, there you go.
So let's see, they totally just, nope. So we got a couple left and we're going to see if he can recover, and it's not looking good.
Yeah, the more we understand the human brain through medicine,
the
harder it is to be religious. Well, no, I totally disagree. Because there'll always be stupid people in this world.
Well, it's going to be similar to the other question too. It's like, just because we understand more, there are apologists that just say the scientists are discovering more about how God did things. So if you're a moderate like that, then it doesn't matter. It's always going to be God did it, no matter what the scientists figure out.
Yeah.
So it depends what side you're on. Now, if you're on the side of the whole brain-mind argument and somehow there's a separation that the mind is supernatural, then you're going to go the other way on this question.
Yeah, so it depends. I mean, this question is just unanswerable because we don't know what we're going to discover about the human brain. We may find there is a completely satisfactory, naturalistic answer as to why people have the need to believe in gods. And it may prove to be completely naturalistic, in which case it would be very hard to continue being religious in the sense of believing God or worshipping a supernatural being under those circumstances. But we just don't know yet because that work has not been done. And because that work's not been done, we cannot say whether it will or will not be harder, or maybe science can or cannot disregard God as a potential answer. So yeah, just neither agree nor disagree.
It could be like it could be ironic about it, and like they call the Higgs boson the God particle, and you know.
Oh, that was a big mistake.
Once they fill out the they really get, you know, you're talking probably centuries away, maybe longer. You know, the full map of the genome system of a human being and DNA and what each cell in that DNA strand of DNA does. They may find one that says, "Yeah, this is going to make you believe in dumb shit." This one here, we're going to call that the God fucking DNA. Or the God atom.
There seems to be a contest going on in certain areas of the world to who can say the most outrageous things and get a whole crowd of people to believe it. And I don't want to single anybody out, but it seems to be that these are the same people that will believe in Noah's Ark and things like that. Right. It seems like the more outrageous they and like you pointed out, Ken Ham, it's not just, oh yeah, there's a story in the book. Or no, he centers his ministry around this giant ark building, right? That this was real. The animals were on it. Look, we got a dinosaur on a treadmill for power, right? And it's just, the more outrageous he seems to make this thing, it attracts people. You know, it's so over the top. Anybody else on the outside is just, this is so ridiculous. But it just, and you see it in with Trump and everything else, it just seems to be the more outrageous and ridiculous I can make this, the more it's attracting people. So why stop doing it? Why it's working, I don't know. That part I haven't figured out. But it seems to be a contest to be as outrageously over the top as possible. Well, with the hurricane, now they're claiming, weather manipulation so that the hurricane only hits neighborhoods that have Trump signs and somehow skips the neighborhoods that don't.
Yeah, from the same person that gave you Rothschild Jewish space lasers.
Straight from MTG, yeah. So
Little Miss Neanderthal herself.
But I mean, there's always been people like this that said outrageous things, but people will go, "Wow, that person's really saying some outrageous things," right? No, they're cheering them on.
They're eating the cats.
They're cheering it on. Yeah, it's like, oh wow, yeah. So okay, so we're gonna go. Let's see. The more we understand the brain through medicine, the harder it is to be religious. Again, it depends if you're going to believe in a soul and a mind and everything and stuff. So he could go either way on this. I'm not sure.
Understand the human brain through medicine, the harder it is to be religious. Totally disagree.
I totally disagree.
Oh, totally disagree. Okay. All right. Number 9. Science needs faith to work. Well,
no. Totally disagree again.
Yeah, no.
Science is a method. It doesn't need faith. Humans need faith to work, but science doesn't.
Yeah, you really have to stretch it to things like you're going to have faith that the beaker is going to hold the liquid and all kind of silly arguments like that. But no.
So he's going to go on the green, and he obviously.
Yeah, straightforward. No, you don't need faith. Again, it's repeatability, predictability, and that anybody can do it anywhere around the world. That's good science.
Science needs faith to work. I'm going to say strongly agree. Obviously, a complete atheist, if he's following the scientific method correctly, can come up with knowledge. However, if he's doing that, if he's pursuing the truth, he's actually acting like a Christian and not an atheist. Please note, science and atheism are two very different things. Most secular scientists seem to forget that. So we're going to say,
no, they don't even think about it, dude.
Yeah, no. That's just slipping in some digs there again. We've already repeatedly covered it. It's like no, you're wrong there, Pastor Doug. Sorry. Science needs faith to work. Totally disagree. Totally agree. Yeah, no, I'm totally disagree.
I totally agree.
And number 10, here we go. The dangers of science outweigh its benefits. This is one of those.
Certain science, I think, can be quite dangerous. Like firing fucking particles at each other almost the speed of light. That could be quite dangerous. I'm sure it's pretty confined and contained, but it can do quite a bit of damage.
This is one of those big debatable topics that goes around a lot of times because you can have something so good and so bad out of the same technology.
Yeah, space exploration, that's pretty dangerous too.
Mm-hmm.
I would just say 3 words: not so far.
Yeah,
not so far. We're doing all right. Science is doing all right so far.
And now they're trying to make portable fusion reactors. I mean, what the fuck?
Well, I don't know about
Well, not portable, but small. Fusion reactors that can probably power a country, things like that.
Yeah,
no doubt it'll be fucking huge.
Elon's going to put man on Mars. What was it, 6 years ago or something?
Last year, or 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
It's been a while, and we're still counting.
Elon's gone off Trump.
Dreamers, dreamers are great, but you have to have something to back it up, and you have to be realistic too. And some of these things are great for in the future, but I don't think they're going to be happening really soon. So.
Well, I totally disagree. The dangers of science does not outweigh its benefits at all.
I think dreamers are great as long as they stay asleep.
Yeah. So like I think Simos pointed out, I think the scientists have done a pretty good job about checking themselves. One of the examples that's come out is cloning humans, and pretty much all of them have come out and said we shouldn't do that. Trying to check themselves on what the line is for what they should and shouldn't be doing.
And research, they've stopped that.
Yeah, and as much as some politicians seem to want it to happen, we haven't had a day after scenario or anything. So, the potential is there to do bad things, especially with nukes and everything. But we've managed to behave. I often say I'm an optimist in a pessimistic world, right? Even when it seems like things are going wrong, and then all of a sudden something will turn around,
Yeah.
So what is he gonna? What is he?
Sometimes there is a method in the madness, isn't there? And you think,
right?
You've got to go and it's got to go tits up, but it doesn't. It totally works. So I just stay out of it. I don't question it. I just agree with the method and just let it be where science is concerned. I'm too old to get involved.
I think he's going to say something like slightly agree, because science without religion is not dangerous, but science science with religion is not dangerous, but science without religion is very dangerous.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to say something like slightly agree, because God does exist and we've got.
Well, I'm going to strongly disagree. Sorry. That the benefits.
Dangers of science.
I think that's what he's going to say anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to agree. Yeah, he's going to lean that way. So, all right, we're going to hear drum roll, number 10 here.
Strongly agree.
Let's see what he says.
The dangers of science outweigh its benefits. I would agree with that. I mean, science is a beautiful thing, but it needs to be tempered by morality. It needs to be tempered by God's law.
There you go.
Yeah, this guy's an open book.
Nailed it.
Yeah,
you nailed it.
Yeah, he's a shot-in.
All right, gentlemen. I think we're going to wrap it up here. We had, like I say, we went over just because I wanted to look at this one, but I think we thoroughly did the one earlier.
Do you know? Before you go, I'd really like to talk to this guy. Maybe Dave, you could send him a thing and ask him to come and chat to us.
I believe Mike said he's already reached out to him.
Oh, okay, great.
So we'll see. He said he may engage with him here, so we'll see what happens. Yep.
Fair enough.
I think the good pastor should be looked in more. I think there should be more streams of him.
Yeah.
I thought that was fun. I thought there's a lot to go over with him.
Well, I was told Scott earlier. Every week I've had way more material than we could get through. So if I don't come across something, we'll go back and we'll cover some of the stuff that we didn't get to in the previous weeks. All right.
I'll also just say, genuinely, or generally speaking, I should say, excuse me, pastors don't like to engage with strong atheists. They obviously have more to lose than to gain. So,
well, would you put us in the class of strong atheists?
Well, I'm only talking about myself, really, but yeah.
Yeah, well, Mike has tried to talk to some other people, and they said, that they didn't think they, wanted to go on an atheist channel. And I'm not going to name names, but some of these are really cool content makers, and they're believers, but stupid gnat flying around here.
They've got too much to lose, some of them,
Yeah, as one of the reasons my channel isn't called Atheist Dave or anything like that is because atheist seems to be a very scary 4-letter demonic-filled word, and some believers avoid it and everything, including talking to, like you said, the hard atheists, right? But we're a friendly bunch, right? We can be civil. We can have a discussion. Mike is a little rough around the edges, but Mike's a nice guy, and he likes having nice discussions about things, civil discussions. We're always welcome to it. So
well, I also think that the pastor has displayed utter arrogance, ignorance, a hell of a lot of bias, just through his blind faith. So any full-on strong atheist, I doubt would ever get through to him. I think he would just dismiss it all and say God did it. That would be his gossip.
Of course, but I just slightly disagree with that. In that, although his comments may have been barbed, I think there was also a little sense of humour behind them. And so I'm not offended by those kinds of comments. Hang on a minute. personally, I'm not offended by those comments. In fact, I look forward to engaging with those people because it gives me a good chance to demonstrate that on the other side we have morals as well, and we have a sense of humor, and we don't necessarily take things to heart just because someone disagrees with us. And I hope that they on their side would also feel the same way.
Well, yeah, and we can also display about morals that our morals are objective, and we won't put our head in the oven just because God said so. If you understand that, God said do this, you go and do it. You know, whether it's morally right or wrong, you just do it because it's morally good because God said so. I mean, that's subjective morality. That's all religion.
Well, it's called divine command theory, and I'm not that into it myself. I think it's a flawed argument, but needless to say, my point being is that I let people have those beliefs, no problem. I don't think that there's anything necessarily combative about some of the statements he made. You know, at best, they were just a poke at the bear, and I think we could all laugh at poking bears.
Yeah, we do it too. I pointed that out. We often make comments. We make little digs. It's all good. I don't think he got, too ugly or certain dog whistles I didn't hear in this that I did hear in some of the other ones that we covered. So, it's possible. May be able to have a discussion with him. We'll see.
Well, that's it. It's
okay. Well, thanks so much, Dave. I really appreciate the show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, Simos. You're always welcome.
I would happily discuss. I would never knock anyone's faith. If that's his belief, then who am I to question it?
Mm-hmm.
It's his own, but it is. So yeah, it was a great show. Thank you.
Thanks for joining.
Enjoyed it.
Yep. Thanks for joining. And thanks for everybody. We had lots of folks rolled through the chat. I see lots of people were hanging out here viewing and everything. I appreciate everybody coming through. There was people over at Mike's channel too. We were dual streaming. I know Mike had to go tend to his dinner and have his feasts and everything and stuff. But I did borrow this idea from Mike, and we kind of back and forth a little bit, tried to kick things, and I just kind of said, okay, we got to get motivated and do this. So Mike's been involved about every week here, and so has Scott. James has been through. Simos has been joining us. A lot of new people have been joining in too, including Dog was here, and we had Brainless here. Appreciate you stopping by. Other weeks we've had Deconverted Man here. We've had Tobin here. So many other people. I can't remember everybody. So we're getting a lot of different viewpoints. And contrary to some opinions, if you notice, we don't always agree with each other here. Okay. We say, no, I disagree with that. We answered some of these questions differently. Okay. We aren't sitting here all agreeing with each other and telling each other how we're great. If we disagree, we disagree. It's all good. Right?
Yeah, no, I disagree. Effectively, we all answered the same, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's right.
For the most part. For the most part.
On Amy Newman's channel years ago.
I only say that to disagree with you.
That's going back a bit, isn't it, Simon? Amy Newman.
Yeah, there we go.
This was you and I first met. That's years ago.
Yeah.
Early mornings.
Yeah, she's still doing a show, and it's a really good one. She's got really good with her anti-apologetics or counter-apologetics, whichever way you want to say it.
Yep.
Very good.
I'm a fan. I catch her when she's on.
Anyway, thank you so much again.
So, yep. Good
you
night,
can always
everybody.
catch me at Simon's Funk.
Yep.
YouTube.
I was gonna say. Yep, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was going to say, go ahead and tell everybody where you're at, Simon.
That's all right. That's all right. I'm not trying to do your job here, Dave, you know. No. Yeah, obviously, YouTube Simon's Funk, at Simon's Funk, all one word. And we'd love to have any. I do Formula One, and I also play a few games, and there's a bit of music on my channel. Thank you, Trusty 8. Good to see you. Thank you, Sydney. Bye. And Top Dog. Good to see you again as well.
Yep.
You too, mate.
And Dog, where can we find you? I know where I can find you. I always find you there.
I do Slim Monday to Friday. Do Pit Parrot's channel Monday to Thursday, Slim. Pit Parrot on a Friday. And Commander 401 DSA, who incidentally is coming to stay with me in a few weeks.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'll pick them up from the airport. So if you do something again, then I'll have Commander 401 sitting at my side. That'll be fun.
Good. Or I'm shooting for 5 o'clock on Saturday, so that's going to be the time. So
yeah, Eastern time, I think 5 o'clock.
Yep, Eastern time for me.
Yeah.
All right,
and
like
with, it's 7:30 Eastern time for Slim.
Yeah. Yeah, I always was it it's 5:30 Eastern for me.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Yep. So around 5:30, Slim always kind of slowly gets started, but around 5:30 for Eastern time for me. Yeah, it's a good time over there. I posted the link earlier in the chat there. If you can't, look up Slim Cyborg. You can't miss it. He's swallowing swords and stuff on his videos there. You won't miss finding him. And it's a good time over there.
Well, this was fun. I enjoyed this, and the side chat was great. Yeah. And Sydney Raptors, I agree with him now. He's indoctrinating me.
Well, I'm hoping to find, these ones that are, kind of fun, and we have a good time looking at them, and trying not to take things too seriously here and have a few laughs. And I've had a good time doing it, so we're going to keep doing it as long as we're having a good time doing it, I guess. All right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And everybody that's been here and has been here before, some people, different schedules. Everybody's always welcome back, and we'll see you next Saturday. And I'm going to play my outro because I like playing it.